Some people are born great. Some have greatness and trust upon them. President of India, Shri Ramnath Kovind, paying floral tribute to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Vice President of India, Shri Venkaiah Naidu, offering his tribute to Baba Saheb. Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, offering floral tribute to Bharat Ratna B.R. Ambedkar. बौद्ध भिक्षुओं से भिक्षा देते हुए प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी. Buddhism was particularly very close to Baba Saheb's heart. Srimati Sonia Gandhi offering her tribute. Some people are born great, some have great trust upon themselves, and some achieve greatness. To the last category belonged Bharat Ratna Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. A real tribute to the great leader would be to continue with his efforts of empowering the scheduled castes and helping them overcome the vicious cycle of caste and cultural barrier. All the parliamentarians and dignitaries gathered together for a customary picture. With this belief and vision that all the dreams Baba Saheb dreamt of for his beloved nation, India, come true, and we abide by his principles and try and eradicate the caste system which Baba Saheb thought is eating up our democracy. President and Prime Minister greeting the crowd with a wave. Excited faces. This is the beauty of democracy, that common man gets to interact, gets to meet Prime Minister and President of India at this glorious day of 132nd birth anniversary of Bharat Ratna Dr. B.R. Ambedkar.
Prime Minister Modi and senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party and opposition leaders paying rich tributes to Ambedkar on his Jayanti. It's day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards Finland border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join the NATO. 7 new videos accessed to expose the truth behind the Khargone riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over Tamil Nadu conversion video. Teacher seen allegedly attempting to convert a student. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party. Civilian succumbs to injuries in terror attack in Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, Union Minister of State for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He's been an entrepreneur himself, turned activist, turned parliamentarian, and now a minister. Joining us live on Republic TV. Thank you, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, for joining us here on Republic today.
Thank you, Dhirajan.
We saw some pictures of you in Bengaluru around the lakes. What's the plan? Every district must have water bodies, etc. And I'm from Bengaluru, so I have a little bit of an idea about how critical this is to a city like Bengaluru. You've been at the forefront of this activism. What's the plan for rejuvenation of lakes?
So, Niranjan, just a few days ago, our Honorable Prime Minister laid out or put out a call of action, which is that every district in our country must identify, recognize, rejuvenate, build, grow and expand at least 75 water bodies. And as you know, Bengaluru has had the good fortune of having hundreds of these lakes over years and decades. And unfortunately, many of these in many government dispensation have been encroached on and in a sense covered up and used by builders and contractors and so on and so forth. And for several years, there has been this concerted fight in Bengaluru in reviving these, protecting these lakes and rejuvenating it. Over the last 2.5, 3 years, in particular, the BJP government under Chief Minister Bommai now and Chief Minister Yediyurappa and many MLAs have worked very hard to rejuvenate these lakes. And yesterday's visit was really about identifying those 75 lakes to fulfill the vision and the goal of our Prime Minister, which will be called the Amrita Keres for our Amrit Kal for the next 25 years, and to build master plans of development around these lakes, of gardens and lakes and parks, so that the citizens of that neighborhood can A, have a pollution-free lake, B, have a lake that rejuvenates the water, groundwater in the neighborhoods, and C, this becomes almost like a magnet for citizens and their families to enjoy, walk and experience nature as the case may be in that neighborhood.
Yeah. Okay, coming to some more critical issues concerning Bengaluru and Karnataka, of course the state where you come from. Now that COVID is over, will development of Bengaluru take center stage? There's been a lot of debate around that. I'll come to that next. But now that we are past COVID, will that be the focus?
No. Yes, Niranjan, that's a good question because, you know, when we were given the responsibility to govern in 2019, very straight off, very quickly, we were faced with challenges of floods, and then of course we had this global pandemic, this very deeply disruptive pandemic of the COVID-19, which has over the last 2 years, the entire government machinery, including the Chief Minister, and in Bengaluru, the BBMP, the municipal corporation have been fully focused on fighting the pandemic, saving lives, saving livelihoods, and since last year delivering the vaccine and protecting our citizens. And I think now as the threat of the COVID pandemic fades, given the large numbers of people who have been vaccinated and the rapidly rebounding economy thanks to Prime Minister Modi's policies, it is now time for our government, and the government is focusing on the promises for development of Bengaluru, the Hosa Bengaluru, the new Bengaluru vision that was outlined in our manifesto in 2018 election, and we then got an opportunity only in 2019 to be in government, and then were in a sense preoccupied or very focused on the COVID pandemic. Now that that risk has faded, the Chief Minister and indeed all of his colleagues in the government MLAs in Bengaluru and people like me who call Bengaluru home are totally focused on building that vision, building that development and transforming Bengaluru to being a city that will attract the best in talent, will continue to be the preeminent city for innovation, startup ecosystem, technology, deep tech, sciences, all of those, including the 1.3 crore inhabitants that call Bengaluru home.
Rajiv, you've been an entrepreneur before being a politician, and one of the biggest debate in Karnataka today has been on startups, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Of course, we're all proud of that. And in the last few weeks, you've had the likes of Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, whom you know personally very well, who've accused the BJP, your party, of communal exclusion, growing religious divide. Was she wrong when she said that?
No, Kiran has been wrong many times before. She remains a friend. She's been wrong many times before, and I think she's terribly wrong again this time. But I won't hold that against her. She will continue to be a friend of mine. There is the constitution, the rule of law, and the phrase "Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas" that the Prime Minister says repeatedly is an article of faith for all BJP governments and all BJP chief ministers across the board. And look, the fact is that there are some fault lines in our society. There are some historic issues between communities and suspicion. And, you know, fringe elements do get today, because of the advent of social media and digital platforms, the ability to amplify their thoughts and views on these matters. And as far as the government of Karnataka is concerned, as is with any BJP government anywhere in the country, nobody will be allowed to flout the law. Nobody will be allowed to violate the law. The rule of law will always be respected and will always be followed. And that is exactly what the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Bommai, said recently, that these kind of activities by fringe elements, when they are violating the law, will be dealt with under the law. And so there is absolutely no cause for anybody to be buying into this narrative that there are some, deep divisions or changes that are happening. Bengaluru remains an absolutely cosmopolitan city, a city that many thousands and millions of people who are non-Kannadigas make and call their home. And they have called their home for many years, and they will continue to call Bengaluru their home for many, many years going forward. So I think this type of alarmist overstating of what is clearly a problem. Nobody is denying that there is a problem. But those problems will be dealt with and is being dealt with and are being dealt with by the government under the law, which is what the law is for.
Yeah. And I want to talk about investments, because investments are linked to this previous question. Do you think such controversies send a wrong message perhaps to investors? And Bengaluru, like you said, and Karnataka will always be an electric hub to attract investment. But there is an election coming up. Some issues should be avoided perhaps, or dealt with more sensitively. Would you agree?
No, look, I will say this emphatically, not just as a Minister of IT and Technology and a Minister of Skill Development, but as a resident of Bengaluru, a long-standing resident and citizen and son of Karnataka and Bengaluru, that there is no problem, there is no issue. There are, as in any community, any society, there are always going to be outliers who have their views and points of view and their actions, and the law is there precisely to deal with them. But to generalize that and make that the rule rather than an exceptional occurrence is doing a disservice to Bengaluru and is flat out saying a lie. So I think there will be, as election nears, there will be all of these things that will all of these people will crawl out of wherever they've been hiding for many years and try and create these alarmist narratives of division, disparity. It has happened in UP, it has happened in Uttarakhand, it has happened in Manipur, it has happened in Goa, and it is the same old political class that will try and do these, divisions and scaremongering. But people have, people of Bengaluru, people of Karnataka, just like the people, all of these states, Niranjan, will respond precisely with the facts and the truth.
Yeah. My last question to you, Rajiv, is on the ongoing controversy, something that's happening today. This morning, Congress party's D.K. Shivakumar told Republic that his party demanded an FIR. It was done in the case of Ishwarappa. They now demand that he should be sacked, given the nature of the controversy. Where does your party stand? How serious are these allegations?
No, look, I will start by saying I think it is the highest of ironies or if there's a phrase beyond that, for people like DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah to position themselves as the crusaders against corruption. And I find that not just laughable, I find that in a lot of ways objectionable. Look, if DK Shivkumar believes that FIRs are filed only when politicians call or call for these FIRs, he is obviously still living in the Congress era. In BJP governments all across the country, if a crime is committed, if somebody violates a law, regardless of how big he or she is, or if there is an allegation of wrongdoing, the rule of law and the law will apply. This is a signature for all BJP governments across the country. So neither is the FIR a consequence of DK Shivkumar's interviews to Republic or any other channel for that matter. Nor is DK Shivkumar the right person to be talking about corruption and criminality. I will just say, as the Honorable CM has said repeatedly, that Karnataka is a state where the rule of law will be respected, and wherever there is any violation of the law by anybody, the process of enforcing the law and prosecuting violations and investigating wrongdoings will kick in automatically. This is how our governments function all across the country. It may be a bit of a revelation to people like DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, but then, like I said, this is a new India, Hosa Bharata. This is a totally new country where constitution and laws are respected and will be followed.
Rajiv Chandrasekhar, good to talk to you. Thank you for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you, Niranjan. Thank you very much.
Coming up, 7 new videos accessed to expose the truth behind the Khargone riots during the Ram Navami celebrations. Tracking for you the rift in the Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party.
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज को? किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ! Go back! Go back! Go back! Go back!
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority.
Me very much would like to see that the two sides come together and come to some agreement on peace. We've also launched a fund for $1 million to help on the humanitarian areas. Given what is going on in the region, we have started to transition all of our work from our centers in Russia, from in Russia to our centers outside Russia. We have less than 100 employees in Russia. We work with no Russian clients, and the work we do is with a small number of global clients in Russia, for which, as I just mentioned, we've started the transition. So at this stage, we have no impact within our business, given what is going on from an Infosys perspective.
Coming up, it's day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Tracking for you the rift in the Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today Universities rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Good evening. There is no doubt that whether in Khargone in Madhya Pradesh or in Karoli in Rajasthan, Hindus were targeted. And let's say it as it is. Hindus were targeted. Even though some people may say it's not politically correct to say so, we must say it, Hindus were targeted. In fact, in Karoli, more than 80 houses were burnt in a targeted way. In fact, but the lobby is quiet. 35 people were injured in Karoli, and the so-called secular crowd is looking the other way. They want the story to die. They don't want us to report it, ladies and gentlemen. These hypocrites and these hypocritical forces instead ask, why did a group of Hindus have to carry out a procession on the Hindu first year in the first place? And I ask them, did the Hindus need the permission of the pseudos? But the pseudos, they ask other questions. How dare the Hindus, the pseudos ask, how dare the Hindus take out a rally to celebrate the Hindu New Year? And they go on and on, the pseudos in the lobby. They say, so what if they were stoned in turn? So what, they say, if there was a little bit of stone pelting? Almost suggesting that those who took part in the motorcycle procession on the Hindu New Year deserve to be stoned. Viewers, the truth has to be told. And the truth is ugly. And the truth is that politicians have been identified provoking the attack. And the truth is that the rioters, those who attacked the procession in Karoli, did so in the presence and therefore under the sight of the police who did nothing. That's the truth. And the truth also is that Karoli, like Khargone, which we raised yesterday on the channel, bring to light the very troubling reality about who is actually provoking communal violence in these cases, and who is actually the real victim, and who is actually the real perpetrator. Ladies and gentlemen,
the alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldier left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching Rise at 9. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines this hour. It is day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards Finland's border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO. Seven new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during Ram Navami celebrations. There's a storm over the Tamil Nadu conversion video. Teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert student. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp, state working president Hardik Patel says he's being ignored by the party. Civilian succumbs to injuries in a terror attack in the Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir. Well, as Russia's war against Ukraine enters its 50th day, a Ukrainian official who manages the Chernobyl exclusion zone has claimed that it is digging trenches near the temporary storage of radioactive waste. Now, this comes after Russia had claimed to pull back from northern Ukraine. Here's more.
The head of the Ukrainian agency which manages the Chernobyl exclusive zone claimed on Wednesday that Russian troops had dug trenches close to where radioactive waste has temporarily stored during their occupation of the area.
Незважаючи на це, окупанти, вони окопувалися в дуже багатьох місцях. Тобто вони закапували велику техніку, рили бліндажі, створювали навіть, ми бачили, кухні під землею, тобто свого роду палатки, укріплення. І одне з таких укріплень знаходилося на території, воно не на території, воно біля пункту тимчасової локалізації радіоактивних відходів Рудий ліс, де була одна з найбільших у зоні відчуження радіаційний фон.
He said Russian soldiers had set up a 4-feeted position close to the Red Forest, which surrounds the nuclear power plant.
Те, що ми виявили, коли потрапили на територію зони відчуження, це розграбовано тотально все. Автомобілі розібрані, подавлені танками, більшість автомобілів відсутні. І відповідно до датчиків GPS, якими були обладнані наші автомобілі, ми спостерігаємо їх рух як на території Білорусі, зараз і Російської Федерації.
As per the official, on their return to the exclusion zone, they found most vehicles in their area had been either stolen or destroyed. He added that the occupation had been difficult for plant workers who had been placed under constant supervision, unable to leave their workstations.
По-перше, це психологічно було важко, тому що їх зміна повинна була тривати 1 добу, а не такий довгий період часу. Їм забороняли покидати свої робочі місця, і вони там проживали, спали під наглядом, пересувалися з дозволу. Щодо фактів фізичного насильства, я таких не чув.
However, he said he had not heard any reports of violence against staffs. Russian troops handed control of Chernobyl back to the Ukrainians in late March, leaving the heavily contaminated site more than a month after taking it over. Agency report, Republic TV.
And Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, has alleged that Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive in his city. Now, Boychenko has further added that Russian forces had hit some Ukrainian soldiers with chemical weapons, but did not give further details of their condition or the weapons that were used.
Mariupol mayor alleged Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive on a city.
Позавчора російські війська спробували здійснити те, що називається хімічною атакою на наше місто, спробували скинути на наших хлопців цю хімічну зброю, і вона також вразила наших хлопців. І також є свідчення, декілька людей, які в навколишніх селищах розташовані біля міста, що вони почули цей такий присмак у роті, що щось відбувається. Це налякало декілька мешканців нашого навколо міста цих селищ. І молоді хлопці та дівчата розпочали виїжджати з цих селищ, які навколо міста, тому що це стало небезпечно.
His comments came after reports suggested that Russian forces had begun to deploy chemical weapons against Ukrainian military personnel, causing breathing difficulty and significant headache pain in victims.
Зафіксувати це сьогодні немає такої можливості. Це треба, щоб була спеціалізована така лабораторія, яка дала б це відповідь, що це було. Але ми чули, що до цього ворожі війська і ворожі ці ватажки так званої ДНР казали про це, що вони намагаються це зробити, тому що не можна захопити тих хлопців, які дуже професійно боронять сьогодні наші кордони, наше місто.
Meanwhile, earlier, the Pentagon said it's monitoring claims that Russian forces deployed a poisonous substance in the eastern Ukrainian city of Mariupol, which, if confirmed as a chemical weapon, could further escalate the war. Earlier, the mayor of the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol said that more than 10,000 civilians have died in the Russian siege of the city. The mayor's comments emerged as Russia claimed that it destroyed several Ukrainian air defense systems in what appeared to be a renewed push to gain air superiority. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has reiterated his claim that Russia was using prohibited phosphorus bombs against civilian targets in the country. Addressing the Estonian parliament via video conference, Zelensky repeated his call for an oil and gas embargo against Russia on the EU level, while expressing gratitude to Estonians for their initiative to stop consuming Russian energy. The head of state agency of Ukraine on the exclusion zone management at Chernobyl has said that it manages the Chernobyl exclusion zone, claimed that Russian troops had dug trenches close to where radioactive waste was temporarily stored during their occupation of the area. The Treasury Secretary of the United States has warned that countries that were undermining sanctions placed by United States and its allies that opposed on Russia will face consequences for their actions, leaving the warning up for interpretation. The secretary added that the war on Ukraine was bound to lead the United States to reassess their relationship with other countries. Russia's President Vladimir Putin's spokesperson has denied Ukrainian oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk had any links to the special military operation after his detention by Ukrainian authorities. The spokesperson has dismissed the suggestion of the oligarch's exchange in return for Ukrainian prisoners, as had been suggested by President Zelensky. And Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, has alleged that Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive on his city. Now, over the last week, the Biden administration has announced new sanctions and export controls on Russia and the Putin regime for its atrocities in Ukraine, including in Bucha. These actions include full blocking sanctions on two of Russia's largest banks, a ban on new investment in Russia, and additional export restrictions on Russia and Belarus.
US President Joe Biden has extended the invocation of an Emergencies Act that allows for the sanctions to be imposed on Russia. Now, you'll remember that these are not the only sanctions against Russia, the ones that were imposed because of the Ukraine war. Russia had already been sanctioned because of its alleged meddling in the 2016 US elections, and from before that because of its takeover of the Crimean Peninsula. Now, what Joe Biden has done, and he has enunciated this in a letter to the US House of Representatives Speaker, he has continued the invocation of this Emergencies Act for one more year. It was last extended April 2021. He has extended it further, and what he has cited while extending it is that Russia continues to pose a threat to American national security, to its foreign policy, and also to its economy, and he calls the Russian threat a malicious threat. So that is the latest. The US sanctions against Russia have been extended for another year.
And here's some news in brief. The New York City Transit subway informed that it had resumed running full service on all of its lines after the NYPD completed its investigation at the Brooklyn Center in connection with mass shooting case. Now, the trains are also making a stop at the 36th Street subway. Meanwhile, the person of interest, James, remains at large, and the police have asked anybody who can give information about the incident or his whereabouts to connect with authorities. Israel carried out repairs on a West Bank prayer site revered by Jews after it was vandalized by Palestinian protesters last week. The protesters set fire to the site known as Joseph's Tomb and smashed part of the shrine inside. Meanwhile, the Israeli military has said that it has arrested a suspected person linked to the arson. Strong winds, low humidity and dry conditions have brought on by persistent drought combined for another day of critical fire weather across the southwestern state of New Mexico. Meanwhile, forecasters have warned of similar conditions elsewhere in the west as land managers and firefighters braced for what was expected to be another busy wildfire season. American and Egyptian foreign ministers have pledged continued cooperation as they met at the State Department in Washington. The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, paid tribute to Egypt's diplomatic relations with Israel after recent meetings between Israel and several Arabic countries. Lauding Egypt, Blinken said that Egypt is the heart of stability in the region.
This happens to mark as well the centennial of diplomatic relations between Egypt and the United States. There's a lot of history, but I hope a lot of good history we can actually make together in the months and years ahead. So a lot to talk about across the region and globally, but it's very good to have you here, and I welcome you.
And a tourist bus collided with a truck on a highway in southern Egypt and burst into flames, killing at least 10 people, including 4 French and a Belgian national. The crash happened on a highway about 43 kilometers south of the city of Aswan. Along with the foreign tourists, 5 Egyptians were killed in the crash. Meanwhile, the cause of the crash is still not immediately clear. Now, while Russia continues its atrocities in Ukraine, Sweden's ruling party has begun debating whether the country should join NATO, and neighboring Finland too is expected to reach a decision within weeks now.
Finland and Sweden could both seek to join NATO in the coming weeks. Warning Europe's security landscape has completely changed in the aftermath of Russia's onslaught in Ukraine. The Ukraine war has pushed neutral Finland and Sweden to make the first move towards joining the alliance.
We have to really think through what is best for Sweden and our security and our peace in this new situation. And of course, what is happening and the discussion in Finland is important for us to follow. Therefore, we need to have a very close contact. But we have to have a process in Sweden to think this through.
Finnish lawmakers are expected to debate the pros and cons of joining the 30-member alliance upon returning from their Easter break.
The report sees NATO as it is, not only as a military alliance, but also as a political alliance. NATO is an organization where important decisions concerning our security are taken. It is an important part of Europe's political and security architecture. As part of the discussion, we need to assess how our possible NATO membership would respond to our security needs. We also need to be very frank about consequences and risks. There are both short-term and long-term risks. These risks are there both if we apply and if we do not apply. This is a debate which needs to be taking place in the Parliament.
Earlier, NATO's Secretary General has repeatedly said that it is for Finland and Sweden to decide their own path. Meanwhile, Russia has long back warned against any enlargement of NATO. However, Russian President Putin's almost 7-week-old war in Ukraine has resulted in the deployment of more troops on NATO's eastern flank and led to a sharp rise in public support for Finnish and Swedish membership. Agency report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, storm over the Tamil Nadu conversion video, teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert a student. And there's a rift in the Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says he has been ignored by the party.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी. देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा. युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा. देखते रहिए. लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए. वॉर कर रहा हूं मैं. क्या सोचे हो? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को. किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ. Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम कहेंगे पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
News just coming in fact, Pakistan's former Interior Minister Sheikh Rashid on Wednesday had acknowledged that there were tensions between the Pakistani army and the former Prime Minister Imran Khan. This comes a day after 8 PTI workers were arrested over charges of propaganda against the Pakistani army.
फौज के खिलाफ कोई नारा नहीं लगना चाहिए। देखें, अगर गालियां देने वाले फौज के साथ सुलह कर सकते हैं तो हमें भी उनके साथ गलतफहमियां दूर करनी है। मैं एज ए शेख रशीद अवामी मुस्लिम लीग की तरफ से कहता हूं, जिन्होंने लंदन से फौज को गालियां दी, गुजरांवाला से गालियां दी, वो अपने मतलब के लिए जूते पॉलिश कर सकते हैं और चेरी ब्लॉसम शहबाज शरीफ बन सकता है, तो हमें भी गलतफहमियों को दूर करके।
And Abhishek is reporting from the Mumbai newsroom on it. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, what we understand is that social activists of the PTI were arrested yesterday in connection with spreading false information about the army chief. Give us more details of what you're learning.
Yes, Nupur. So, Awami Muslim League chief and former Interior Minister of Pakistan, Sheikh Rashid, in press interaction, in a way acknowledged that there are tensions between Imran Khan-led PTI and Pak Army as well as Pakistan Army Chief Javed Qamar Bajwa. Sheikh Rashid, in his interaction, said that PTI must try to clear its misunderstanding with the Pakistan Army. He went on to say that if the current government, if the people in power right now can clear the misunderstandings, then why not PTI? Well, his comments come when talks are ripe and there are reports about tensions between Imran Khan and Pakistan Army Chief. Remember, only yesterday in the Peshawar rally, Imran Khan said and repeated his demand for fresh elections in Pakistan, and added that he does not acknowledge the imported government of Shehbaz Sharif and the coalition which is ruling Pakistan, and gave a clarion call for elections. And Sheikh Rashid, addressing the same rally, also said that people who are ready to fill the jails for Imran Khan.
So there is a lot that points to the fact that tensions between the two were simmering for a while. Stay with us. Colonel Rohit Dev also on the phone line. Colonel Dev, good morning. What do you make of what we are now learning appears to be that tensions had been simmering between the army and the Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan for quite some time now. In fact, I think it began with the time of the appointment of the ISI chief.
You're right. I think the political quagmire continues in Pakistan, and General Fayez's appointment and everything thereafter led to a belief, probably in General Bajwa as well, for his own extension, which he probably must be hoping for, and that's where the problem may have started. But I think of recent there is a political tension which is brewing, because if you go back 5 days ago, the army actually warned Imran Khan not to come out with the US cables, and there has been kind of a protest, a silent protest as well, and on the media, and also a physical protest of coming out and speaking against General Bajwa and calling him Chowkidar Chor and those kind of sloganeering. So I think it is a very deft moment in the political sphere of Pakistan right now, because no earlier incident has a political leader or a party or his supporters come out so openly and the army has seemed a little helpless this time. So this is a change that is happening because the people are trying to come out in support of Imran Khan or his party, and there is a kind of holdback on the part of the army because they have instated a new government, and how Shehbaz Sharif takes it ahead is something which Pakistan will see. So I think it's a quandary for a Bajwa today because it's not a situation of the yesteryears of Ziaul Haq and Pervez Musharraf where you could exploit the political turmoil and take over. You just can't do it this time. And on one hand, you are there sitting pretty and trying to make those fallen bridges come together again with US and other countries in many other places. And here you are that internally there is a very vast chunk of your population which is going to talk about you. So I think that is the problem Bajwa faces. No other military leader has faced this kind of situation. It will be very interesting to see how it flows, because on the other hand, Shehbaz Sharif is not going anywhere. The other thief from Pakistan who's going to return after he is Nawaz Sharif. I don't know how they're going to welcome him because he's actually a fugitive who's wanted here.
Absolutely. So Colonel Dev, as you're pointing out, in fact, just adding to what you said, hundreds of thousands of tweets have actually blamed the Supreme Court Justice as well as the Army Chief, saying that they are responsible for the ouster of Imran Khan. So perhaps a change in Pakistan. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya today at about 11 this morning. The Sanghralaya is being inaugurated during the celebration of Azadi Ka Mahotsav and tells the story of India after independence through the lives and contributions of its Prime Ministers.
Viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating today the PM's museum, the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya, which is India's first museum that pays tribute to all 14 Prime Ministers that have come so far. It is built at a site that is adjacent to the existing Nehru Museum and Library at Teen Murti Bhavan in New Delhi. It occupies a total of 15,600 square meters. It contains 43 galleries that traces the life and contributions of all the Prime Ministers, and it tells India's 75 years of history through the deeds and the contributions of all the Prime Ministers that have come before. It promises high-tech exhibits including artificial reality, mixed reality, virtual reality. It promises multi-touch interfaces, kinetic sculptures, among other things. So it appears to be a total must-visit. It's designed based on a rising India, and it also has a logo that has people holding hands to demonstrate how India is a democracy. So that is the PM's museum that will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi.
You are watching Republic TV. Up next, 7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp. The state working president Hardik Patel says he's being ignored by his party.
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वार्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे हो? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines at 9:30 this morning. It's day 50 of the war in Ukraine. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards the Finnish border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO. 7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over Tamil Nadu conversion video, teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert a student. Rift in the Gujarat Congress camp, state working president Hardik Patel says he's being ignored by his party. A civilian succumbs to injuries in a terror attack in Kulgam district of Jammu and Kashmir. Slamming the West, the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has said that India and the United States did not discuss human rights. He also said that people are entitled to have their own views, but India is also entitled to have its own views about their views.
The human rights issue. No, we did not discuss human rights during this meeting. This meeting was primarily focused on all mill affairs, and I kind of gave you in some detail what all we raised. It is a subject which has come up in the past. I mean, it came up when Secretary Blinken came to India, and I think if you recall the press briefings after that, I was very open about the fact that we had discussed it and said what I had to say. Whenever there is a discussion, I can tell you that we will not be reticent about speaking out. I would also, just so that I round off that point, tell you that we also have views on other people's human rights situations, including that of the United States. So we take up human rights issues when they arise in this country.
And our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor now on the phone line with me. Good morning, Abhishek. Abhishek, there has been, of course, a comment that came in from Sharad Pawar yesterday over the fact that India should have brought up the issue of what was said at that meeting by Antony Blinken.
Well, I think Antony Blinken, the State Secretary, was essentially pandering to local political compulsions, Nupur. because remember, the Democrats fancy themselves to be big champions of human rights, but one could say that, for example, if one were harsh, that just like terror is a foreign policy tool in the hands of Pakistan, human rights sometimes become a foreign policy tool in the hands of the West. In fact, I was going through the State Department report on human rights in India, and it was sort of a collage of how the state mechanisms in many ways have functioned well as well. So, for example, if it says that some sub-inspector was punished for some atrocity, it shows that India has robust systems in place, mechanisms in place by which a sub-inspector can be punished if some breach of rule of law has happened. The same human rights report also observes the violence and terror being carried out by Pak-backed terror organizations in Kashmir and some separatist and terror organizations in the northeast. So I think Antony Blinken there clearly just pandering to local political sentiment. Remember, their House Representative Ilhan Omar had made some comment. She's a Democrat, and that's why perhaps Blinken was under some kind of pressure. But External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar clearly calling a spade, and the kind of plain speaking he has done over the last few days in the United States clearly shows India can really stand up to those kind of pressures now.
Absolutely, Abhishek, do stay with us on the phone line. Also joining me on the phone line right now is Mr. Sushant Sareen. Mr. Sareen, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us. What do you make of what we are seeing currently? S. Jaishankar, of course, going on to say that the West has a right to say what it does, but we also have the right to express our views. But it's important to note that every time, we see ministers go over there, there is one snide remark, if I were to call it that is always made by, either the Secretary of State, in this case, of course, Antony Blinken said that, going on to say that these human rights abuses are being carried out in police stations. But what do you make of this constant refrain that the West continues to have? Mr. Sareen, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've been able to connect that phone yet. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But as we have been talking about, of course, S. Jaishankar over there going on to say that we did not discuss human rights, and the comment that came in from Antony Blinken, of course, was not discussed before, and also saying that people are entitled to have views about it, but we are also equally entitled to have views about their views. So that's the comment that's come in from the External Affairs Minister. Now, over the last week, the Biden administration has announced new sanctions and export controls on Russia and the Putin regime for its atrocities in Ukraine, including in Bucha. These actions include full blocking sanctions on two of Russia's largest banks, a ban on new investment in Russia, and additional export restrictions on Russia and Belarus. Here's more.
Viewers, US President Joe Biden has extended the invocation of an Emergencies Act that allows for the sanctions to be imposed on Russia. Now, you'll remember that these are not the only sanctions against Russia, the ones that were imposed because of the Ukraine war. Russia had already been sanctioned because of its alleged meddling in the 2016 US elections, and from before that because of its takeover of the Crimean Peninsula. Now, what Joe Biden has done, and he has enunciated this in a letter to the US House of Representatives Speaker, he has continued the invocation of this Emergencies Act for one more year. It was last extended April 2021. He has extended it further, and what he has cited while extending it is that Russia continues to pose a threat to American national security, to its foreign policy, and also to its economy, and he calls the Russian threat a malicious threat. So that is the latest. The US sanctions against Russia have been extended for another year.
Well, the Delhi police has filed a fresh affidavit before the Supreme Court. The Delhi police says that no hate speech was delivered at the Delhi event. There was a Dharam Sansad that was organized in Delhi, and the Delhi police saying that at that event there was no hate speech at any community, including Muslims, during the event. Now, all complaints that have been registered pertaining to that event have now been closed. In fact, the Delhi police, we understand, has said that audio and video examination of the footage was done, and it clearly shows that there was no hate words that were used, and people gathered there were just giving speeches about their communities. Now, a caretaker at a farmhouse in Dwarka was beaten to death while 5 to 6 others sustained injuries after a group of 10 to 15 people allegedly attacked them on suspicion of slaughtering cows. Republic presents to you its investigative report on the assault and the murder case from Delhi.
Right now we are in Chawla village of national capital, where a man was allegedly lynched to death on suspicion of cow slaughtering. We are inside the same farmhouse where this incident had taken place. According to police, a few cow vigilantes reached here at around 2 a.m. in the morning after the police had received information of cow slaughtering. Even before the police could reach, the cow vigilantes reached here. We are right now showing the pictures from inside the very farmhouse where the incident had allegedly taken place. Now the family members of the victim in this case are saying that they do not have any kind of information about this entire case. You can see the pictures of the wife of the victim in this case, Rajaram, who is here. अच्छा, यहाँ पे गाय हैं क्या? गाय से क्या काम करते थे आप?
गाय का दूध बेचती हूँ सर।
दूध बेचते थे और काटते भी थे?
नहीं सर, तभी नहीं सर, नहीं।
ये इनकी यही आरोप लगाकर जो है हमला किया गया।
हाँ जी, यही आरोप लगा मेरे आदमी पे हमला आया जी। तभी ऐसा काम नहीं करते था, मेरे आदमी बीमार चलते थे।
5 people have now been arrested. Police have confirmed to us that many more people are now on the radar. On the other side, the cow vigilantes who are involved in this, who beat up Rajaram and his accomplices, are also on the radar. Police would strictly take actions against them also. With Anil Sharma and Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Republic TV.
Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has said that India and China agree that the dialogue is the only way out of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, adding that Americans obviously distinguish and differentiate between India and China when it comes to stands taken by the two countries on Russia amid the raging war. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that there is no place for riots in Uttar Pradesh, stressing that the Ram Navami celebrations coinciding with Ramzan went off without any incident of violence. His remark at an event on Tuesday came against the backdrop of recent cases of communal violence in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal and Gujarat. The CBI has taken over the probe into the alleged extortion cases against the former Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh from the Maharashtra police. Now, the Central Investigation Agency has registered 5 FIRs against Parambir Singh and others on the orders of the Supreme Court. The Punjab cabinet has appealed to the union government to relax norms for shriveled grains for the ongoing procurement of wheat. A spokesperson of the Punjab Chief Minister's office has said that the Secretary of Food Supplies and Consumer Affairs has briefed the cabinet about the status of the ongoing procurement. West Bengal's Governor Jagdeep Dhankar has written to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee after a section of the Trinamool Congress's legal cell protested in front of the Chamber of Justice Abhijit Ganguly inside the High Court. In his letter, the Governor requested for a meeting with the Chief Minister over the incident in court. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, it is day 50 of the Ukraine war, no de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. And Russian troops move towards the Finnish border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO.
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वॉर कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
Crimes, the alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहाँ तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और यहाँ अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहाँ से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए।
Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV. Now, as Russia's war against Ukraine enters its 50th day, a Ukrainian official who manages the Chernobyl exclusion zone has claimed that Russian troops had dug trenches near the temporary storage of radioactive waste. Here's more.
The head of the Ukrainian agency which manages the Chernobyl exclusive zone claimed on Wednesday that Russian troops had dug trenches close to where radioactive waste has temporarily stored during their occupation of the area.
Незважаючи на це, окупанти, вони окопувалися в дуже багатьох місцях. Тобто вони закапували велику техніку, рили бліндажі, створювали навіть, ми бачили, кухні під землею, тобто свого роду палатки, укріплення. І одне з таких укріплень знаходилося на території, воно не на території, воно біля пункту тимчасової локалізації радіоактивних відходів Рудий ліс, де була одна з найбільших у зоні відчуження радіаційний фон.
He said Russian soldiers had set up a 4-feet position close to the Red Forest which surrounds the nuclear power plant.
Те, що ми виявили, коли потрапили на територію зони відчуження, це розграбовано тотально все. Автомобілі розібрані, подавлені танками, більшість автомобілів відсутні. І відповідно до датчиків GPS, якими були обладнані наші автомобілі, ми спостерігаємо їх рух як на території Білорусі, зараз і Російської Федерації.
As per the official, on their return to the exclusion zone, they found most vehicles in their area had been either stolen or destroyed. He added that the occupation had been difficult for plant workers who had been placed under constant supervision, unable to leave their workstations.
По-перше, це психологічно було важко, тому що їх зміна повинна була тривати 1 добу, а не такий довгий період часу. Їм забороняли покидати свої робочі місця, і вони там проживали, спали під наглядом, пересувалися з дозволу. Щодо фактів фізичного насильства, я таких не чув.
However, he said he had not heard any reports of violence against staffs. Russian troops handed control of Chernobyl back to the Ukrainians in late March, leaving the heavily contaminated site more than a month after taking it over. Agency report, Republic TV.
Mariupol's mayor Vadim Boychenko has alleged that Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive on his city. Boychenko further added that Russian forces had hit some Ukrainian soldiers with chemical weapons but did not give further details of their condition or the weapons that had been used.
Mariupol mayor alleged Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive on his city.
Позавчора російські війська спробували здійснити те, що називається хімічною атакою на наше місто, спробували скинути на наших хлопців цю хімічну зброю, і вона також вразила наших хлопців. І також є свідчення, декілька людей, які в навколишніх селищах розташовані біля міста, що вони почули цей такий присмак у роті, що щось відбувається. Це налякало декілька мешканців нашого навколо міста цих селищ. І молоді хлопці та дівчата розпочали виїжджати з цих селищ, які навколо міста, тому що це стало небезпечно.
His comments came after reports suggested that Russian forces had begun to deploy chemical weapons against Ukrainian military personnel, causing breathing difficulty and significant headache pain in victims.
Зафіксувати це сьогодні немає такої можливості. Це треба, щоб була спеціалізована така лабораторія, яка дала б це відповідь, що це було. Але ми чули, що до цього ворожі війська і ворожі ці ватажки так званої ДНР казали про це, що вони намагаються це зробити, тому що не можна захопити тих хлопців, які дуже професійно боронять сьогодні наші кордони, наше місто.
Meanwhile, earlier, the Pentagon said it's monitoring claims that Russian forces deployed a poisonous substance in the eastern Ukrainian city of Mariupol, which, if confirmed as a chemical weapon, could further escalate the war. Earlier, the mayor of the Ukrainian port city of Mariupol said that more than 10,000 civilians have died in the Russian siege of the city. The mayor's comments emerged as Russia claimed that it destroyed several Ukrainian air defense systems in what appeared to be a renewed push to gain air superiority. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has reiterated his claim that Russia was using prohibited phosphorus bombs against civilian targets in Ukraine. Addressing the Estonian parliament via video conference, Zelensky repeated his call for an oil and gas embargo against Russia on the EU level while expressing gratitude to Estonians for their initiative to stop consumption of Russian energy. The head of the State Agency of Ukraine on the exclusion zone management site at Chernobyl has claimed that Russian troops had dug trenches close to where radioactive waste was temporarily stored during their occupation of the area. The Treasury Secretary of the United States has warned that countries that were undermining sanctions the United States and its allies had imposed on Russia will face consequences for their actions, leaving the warning up for interpretation. The Secretary added that the war in Ukraine was bound to lead the United States to reassess the relationship with other countries. The Russian President Vladimir Putin's spokesperson has denied Ukrainian oligarch Viktor Medvedchuk had any links to the special military operation after his detention by Ukrainian authorities. The spokesperson dismissed the suggestion of the oligarch's exchange in return for Ukrainian prisoners, as had been suggested by President Zelensky. Mariupol's mayor Vadim Boychenko has alleged that Russia had used chemical weapons in its offensive on his city. You are watching Republic TV, and up next, 7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during Ram Navami celebrations.
There is no doubt that whether in Khargon in Madhya Pradesh or in Karoli in Rajasthan, Hindus were targeted. And let's say it as it is. Hindus were targeted. Even though some people may say it's not politically correct to say so, we must say it, Hindus were targeted. In fact, in Karoli, more than 80 houses were burnt in a targeted way. In fact, but the lobby is quiet. 35 people were injured in Karoli, and the so-called secular crowd is looking the other way. They want the story to die. They don't want us to report it, ladies and gentlemen. These hypocrites and these hypocritical forces instead ask, why did a group of Hindus have to carry out a procession on the Hindu first year in the first place? And I ask them, did the Hindus need the permission of the pseudos? But the pseudos, they ask other questions. How dare the Hindus, the pseudos ask, how dare the Hindus take out a rally to celebrate the Hindu New Year? And they go on and on, the pseudos in the lobby. They say, so what if they were stoned in turn? So what, they say, if there was a little bit of stone pelting? Almost suggesting that those who took part in the motorcycle procession on the Hindu New Year deserve to be stoned. Viewers, the truth has to be told. And the truth is ugly. And the truth is that politicians have been identified provoking the attack. And the truth is that the rioters, those who attacked the procession in Karoli, did so in the presence and therefore under the sight of the police who did nothing. That's the truth. And the truth also is that Karoli, like Khargon, which we raised yesterday on the channel, bring to light the very troubling reality about who is actually provoking communal violence in these cases, and who is actually the real victim, and who is actually the real perpetrator. Ladies and gentlemen,
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए। पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम कहेंगे पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है।
7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargone riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over Tamil Nadu conversion video, teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert student. Folk lynchers exposed the truth behind the JNU Clash. ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp, state working president Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party. Political face-off over Kashmir targeted killings. Congress now blames the Kashmir Files movie for terror attacks. It's day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards Finland border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join the NATO. Breaking news coming in on the broadcast. You can see the JNU Violence Investigation. We bring this to you. You can see 4 videos on your screens exposing what happened that day on April 10th as clashes erupted between the ABVP, the left, alleging that ABVP was involved in these clashes. Now remember, these clashes happened on Ram Navami celebrations and the left leveling allegations of violence, but the big question still remains as what is the truth behind the violence. In these 4 videos that we have accessed, students can be seen carrying weapons on the campus. Now, there's an allegation by the ABVP that the left was joined by rioters in the clashes. But what is the actual truth? Here's more on the exclusive investigation that we have for you on the clashes at the JNU campus, what the left claims, what the ABVP claims, and the visuals that speak 1,000 words of what just happened that day. And let's just describe the visuals for our viewers right now. What you can see is students hiding sticks, raising questions whether it was a pre-planned attack. They were carrying sticks, and you can just see on the video on your screens of students assembled there. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Ananya to give us more on this. Ananya, 4 videos that we have accessed on what happened that day. Do break it down for our viewers.
Well, yes, so various videos have emerged after the whole incident of what happened inside the JNU campus on the Ram Navami day. And before I take you through the videos, I have with me ABVP General Secretary Umesh Chandra ji. वेलकम टू रिपब्लिक। उमेश, किस तरीके से 10 तारीख को क्या घटना घटित हुई? कुछ वीडियोस आपकी तरफ से शेयर किए गए, कुछ लेफ्ट की तरफ से शेयर किए गए, और मेरे से बेहतर है कि अपनी तरफ से जो आपने वीडियोस शेयर किए उसके बारे में आप खुद ही बताएं क्या है।
रामनवमी का सेलिब्रेशंस लेके कॉमन स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ JNU फ्रॉम कावेरी हॉस्टल पूरा प्लान किए थे। तो 2 दिन पहले जैसा है वामपंथियों को, ये कम्युनिस्ट को इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलता है कि रामनवमी का सेलिब्रेशन हो रही JNU में, ये सह नहीं पाए थे। उसी दिन से इनका स्ट्रैटेजी शुरू होता है। जो कमेटी फॉर्म हुई थी वो रामनवमी के सेलिब्रेशन का, वो कमेटी वालों को धमकी देते हैं कि बोलते हैं कि रामनवमी जेएनयू में नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर रामनवमी जो सेलिब्रेशन कम करेंगे उनको मारा जाएगा, उसको पीटा जाएगा। एक दिन पहले फेक नोटिस रिलीज़ किया जाता है ऑल वार्डन्स का नाम पे लेके, जिस पे यही का वामपंथियों ने फेक नोटिस निकालता है, बोलता है कि यू हैव टू टेक स्पेशल परमिशन टू ऑर्गेनाइज रामनवमी, और उस तब भी कोई पीछे नहीं हटे, अपना सेलिब्रेशन हिंदू धर्म का है तो रामनवमी सेलिब्रेशन के लिए 10 तारीख को पूरा अरेंजमेंट करने के लिए जाते हैं, करते हैं हॉस्टल में। तो 3:30 को जैसा रामनवमी का सेलिब्रेशन शुरू होना चाहिए, 3 बजे से ही 200-300 ये वामपंथी कम्युनिस्ट है, नक्सलाइट्स वहाँ पे कावेरी गेट को ब्लॉक करते हैं, जो अंदर जाने के लिए पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए जाते हैं, जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, सबको धमकी देते हैं कि जो रामनवमी का सेलिब्रेशन जेएनयू नहीं होना चाहिए, जो पार्टिसिपेट करेगा उनको पिटाया जाएगा, जो हवन जलाएंगे उनको जिंदा जलाएंगे, ऐसा धमकी देते हैं। जैसा सिक्योरिटी आती हैं जेएनयू का, और बहुत ज़्यादातर अपना कॉमन स्टूडेंट्स पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए आते हैं, तो उनको रिसीट करना पड़ता है, तब जाके 3:30 को शुरू होने वाला प्रोग्राम सेलिब्रेशन 5 बजे शुरू होता है रामनवमी का पूजा और हवन। तो जैसा सेलिब्रेशन रामनवमी का पूजा हवन शुरू होने 5 बजे शुरू होता है, पीसफुली हारमोनियसली चलता है। उसी टाइम को आपको बताना चाहते हैं कि उसी हॉस्टल में, कावेरी हॉस्टल में, उसी टाइम से अपना मुस्लिम्स का इफ्तार पार्टी भी हो रही है, साथ साथ में अपना हिंदू का रामनवमी सेलिब्रेशन पूजा हवन भी हो रही है। तो ये जो जेएनयू कल्चर के देखने को मिलती है कि डिफरेंट अपना जो हिंदू मुस्लिम सब मिलके एक ही साथ एक ही टाइम पे अपना अपना धर्म का फेस्टिवल्स बना रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पे हिंदू मुस्लिम्स का इतना यूनिटी को ये लोग, ये वामपंथी, ये नक्सलाइट्स सह नहीं पा रहे थे, टॉलरेट नहीं कर पा रहे कि किस तरफ लगातार हिंदू फेस्टिवल्स जेएनयू में सेलिब्रेट किया जा रहे हैं, ये देख नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो ये जो 10 तारीख को हमको जो दिखने के मिलता है, ये इनका इंटॉलरेंस है, इंटॉलरेंस टुवर्ड्स हिंदू फेस्टिवल्स, ये हिंदू फोबिया फैलाते आए। ये रामनवमी का जो अटैक हुआ है वो पहली बार नहीं है, लगातार हिंदू फेस्टिवल्स पे अटैक होते हैं ये जेएनयू में।
बीच में रोक रहा हूँ, लेकिन एक सवाल ये भी उठता है कि क्योंकि आपकी तरफ से कुछ वीडियोस शेयर किए गए, लेकिन लेफ्ट की साइड से भी कुछ वीडियोस शेयर किए गए, जहाँ पे ये कहा गया और वीडियोस में ये दिखाया जा रहा है कि आपके जो एक्टिविस्ट हैं, एबीवीपी के जो एक्टिविस्ट हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं एक अटैक करते हुए दिख रहे हैं लेफ्टिस्ट पे। उसमें कितनी सच्चाई है या क्या वीडियोस डॉक्टर्ड है, क्या कहना चाहिए?
एबीवीपी वहाँ किसी को अटैक नहीं किया है। आप जो वीडियो सर्कुलेट हो रहे हैं उसमें आपको क्लियरली लेफ्ट एसएफआई आईसा एक्टिविस्ट को आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हो। आपको कल भी नया वीडियोस मिले हैं, उसमें आपको स्वाति सिंह और ये एसएफआई लीडर हैं हेमेंद्र, उनको आपको क्लियरली आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकते हो। तो ये आप दूसरा भी आपको सबूत मिल रहे हैं, इतना क्लैरिटी वीडियोस मिल रहे हैं। तो हम एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को भी ये दिए हैं वीडियोस, हाँ, तो इसमें जल्दी से जल्दी कार्रवाई हो और जेएनयू में कॉमन स्टूडेंट्स को प्रोटेक्ट करें और अपना जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट्स है, बेसिक राइट टू लाइफ, राइट टू रिलीजन, ये हमारा प्रोटेक्ट करें।
So this is how the ABVP is responding to it, and though we try to contact the left, but then we have not received any kind of information and in response from the left side. They're not ready to speak to us, and hence this is the version we have got for our views, but the videos are somehow scattering. Crispino.
Ananya, also I'd like to ask you, is there a larger conspiracy behind this? Because what we're looking is not just at the massive allegations being left between the left and the ABVP on what exactly happened that day, and in the aftermath we had seen at least 20 people being injured in that particular incident. You know, these visuals that we have accessed for our viewers on our screens just show how it was planned much in advance. And is there much more to it than what we are seeing right now? Well, we have a big breaking news right now. An FIR has been filed by the left students over the clashes. That's the news that we're getting to you right now on the broadcast. An FIR having been filed with regards to the violence on Ram Navami in the JNU campus. Aranya, you'd like to take that? What exactly are we looking at right now? What are the latest developments? An FIR now being filed by the left students. The latest news coming in.
Well, yes, the left students had also given out a complaint with regards to what happened in JNU on the Ram Navami day, and now an FIR has been registered. And I'll take a question through Umesh also. Umesh, एक FIR आप भी जो लेफ्ट की कंप्लेंट थी उस पर कर दी गई. आपकी जो FIR है, आपकी जो FIR है उस पर क्या एक्शन लिया गया अभी तक, या जो आपकी कंप्लेंट है क्या उस पर अभी तक FIR दर्ज की गई?
अपना लगभग जो रामनवमी का सेलिब्रेशन और उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन किए हुए हैं कॉमन स्टूडेंट्स और ABVP एक्टिविस्ट लगभग 12 स्टूडेंट्स को बहुत सीरियस इंजरीज हुई है. तो हम सफदरजंग पे लेके गए थे, MLC करवाए थे, उनका हेल्थ पे ध्यान रखे पहले, उसके बाद हम अगले दिन सुबह जाके FIR फाइल कंप्लेंट देके FIR फाइल करवाए. और कल ही हम JNU एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से मिले हैं, वाइस चांसलर से मिले हैं और रेक्टर से बात हुई है, और जो हमारे पास सबूत हैं सब उनको जमा किया गया है. और उनको हम यही हम रिक्वेस्ट किए कि जो JNU में हिंदू फेस्टिवल्स पे लगातार अटैक करते आ रहे हैं तो इनको रोके और हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट को प्रोटेक्ट करें.
So this is the response from the ABVP over the complaint filed by Left and Crispino. As you can see, this whole event that happened in the JNU is taking fire clearly, because there are allegations coming in from both the sides, but Left has refused to speak to us. No responses coming from the Left. Students, ABVP came out, spoke to us, gave their version. They in fact also say that they've met the VC and the administration, and a proctorial inquiry has already been ordered into this whole incident. Crispino.
Harinder, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. Do give us all the latest details through the course of the day.
Viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating today the PM's museum, the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya, which is India's first museum that pays tribute to all 14 Prime Ministers that have come so far. It is built at a site that is adjacent to the existing Nehru Museum and Library at Teen Murti Bhavan in New Delhi. It occupies a total of 15,600 square meters. It contains 43 galleries that traces the life and contributions of all the Prime Ministers, and it tells India's 75 years of history through the deeds and the contributions of all the Prime Ministers that have come before. It promises high-tech exhibits including artificial reality, mixed reality, virtual reality. It promises multi-touch interfaces, kinetic sculptures, among other things. So it appears to be a total must-visit. It's designed based on a rising India, and it also has a logo that has people holding hands to demonstrate how India is a democracy. So that is the PM's museum that will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi.
We have breaking news coming on the broadcast now. On April 10th, violence that had erupted at the Ram Navami processions in Khambat. Now, Republic TV has learned that there were 3 Maulvis who had been carrying out this conspiracy of attacking the procession, allegedly. Now, they had apparently mobilized several local children and the youth to collect stones, and that's the latest information that I'm getting you right now. Source-based information, the inside track of what exactly happened that day. And to give us more information on this, my colleague Priyanka. Priyanka, do give us the latest information with regards to the April 10th violence that happened during the Ram Navami processions in Khambat.
Well, Crispino, the conspiracy is getting even bigger, and not just about Gujarat but other states as well, where the Ram Navami procession had been attacked. But specifically in Gujarat, in Khambat, there were 3 places as well where the violence had broken out. And in particularly this procession, there was also that several parts of the procession had been set on fire. And now an investigation is being carried out by the local police officers, who have not only said that there were these 3 Maulvis who were at the helm of affairs and trying to conspire and make sure that they have the stones and kerosene as well with them so that they can also incite the people who had been taking part in the procession and also attack the entire procession as well. Now, apart from that, we are also learning that the police officials have found out that these Maulvis had been carrying out weekly meetings to make sure that the locals and the youngsters in fact had been ready to out this kind of an attack on the procession. So it was a very earlier that it was planned that this kind of a rally will be carried out and it will be attacked upon as well. Not only that, we are also learning that there is some local group that these 3 Maulvis are also a part of, and the authorities have stated, and they're saying that they've not ruled out the fact that there might be a foreign funding angle involved as well. So they are investigating into this entire matter, and they're stating that these are some small local groups who get funding from the outside of the country, and they use that money for carrying out to actually disturb the law and order situation of the country as well, including that of the procession that had been attacked upon in Khambat, Crispino. And the police officers have these Maulvis in their custody right now. A remand, in fact, is been granted to them. And we have, in fact, gotten to know that, that they have these Maulvis in their custody and the remand has been granted to them. And they are, in fact, also interrogating into the foreign funding angle. And in fact, Crispino, stay on with us. We also have the Range IG V. Chandrasekhar also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, wanted to ask you about this entire premeditated conspiracy angle that is coming to light from the Khambat violence. If you could tell us the involvement of the three Maulvis in this entire matter.
On Republic, sir, on Ram Navami Day, there was a stone pelting incident at Khambat when there was a rally procession in connection with the Ram Navami celebration. After further investigation, it has come to our notice that there was some premeditated planning to stop the rally at any cost, and then we have gathered certain information in this regard. We are working on that.
Sir, what all was being done in terms of the premeditated conspiracy? Because sources were suggesting that the Maulvis had carried out meetings to make sure the youngsters were armed with stones and kerosene as well.
We are working on that. This investigation is going on. I can't comment anything further on those details. It is a stone pelting incident. Then there was some 1 or 2 days before there was some discussion about the rally. So that on that connection they had gathered. So that was the information.
Sir, apart from that, is there also a foreign conspiracy angle as well that we're looking at, foreign funding to these people who were carrying out this kind of attack on rallies?
As of now, I'm not in a position to comment anything on that. It has just come to our notice. There's a premeditated planning and we are working on that. Further investigation only will tell us any other details, any more
Sir,
details.
one last question before I let you go. What were the funds that were being given to these people? How were they, using these funds to carry out this kind of an law and order situation, to create this kind of a law and order situation?
See, that aspect is being probed. That is under investigation. Thank you.
All right, Crispino, handing it back to you. That was the Range IG V. Chandrasekhar, in fact, speaking to Republic exclusively, telling us the details of the investigation in terms of what really happened in Khambat and the kind of meetings that were being called by these Maulvis to make sure that the youngsters, in fact, had been armed with the stones and the kerosene so that they could attack on this procession that was being carried out in Khambat, in which, in fact, the SP had also been injured and unfortunately one person had lost his life.
Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us on the broadcast. And coming up, rift in Gujarat. Congress camp state working president Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party.
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskhali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम कहेंगे पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए।
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
A school teacher has been suspended in Tamil Nadu's Kanyakumari after a class 6 student lodged a complaint against alleged attempts of religious conversion in a government higher secondary school. Here's what happened.
A school teacher has been suspended following a complaint filed by a class 6 student of the teacher allegedly attempting for religious conversion of the students at a government high school in Kanyakumari. The incident comes to light following a video that has been released where a student can be seen naming the said teacher, who is a tailoring teacher for this class, and during class while it is in session had been promoting Christianity and asking for the students allegedly attempting for religious conversion of the students as well. Following a complaint after the student had talked to the parents,
உண்மையுள்ள மனுஷன் பரிபூரண இதெல்லாம் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு சொல்லி எங்கிட்ட எல்லாம் சொல்லி தந்து கர்த்தர்லாம் எங்களுக்கு பெரிய ஆளு. அவங்க சொன்னாங்க பைபிள்லாம் படிங்க. நாங்கள் சொன்னோம் நாங்கள் ஹிந்துஸ், நாங்கள் பகவத்கீதை தான் படிப்போம். அவங்க சொன்னாங்க பகவத்கீதை கெட்டது, பைபிள் நிறைய கருத்து அதெல்லாம் ரொம்ப நல்லது, அதை படிக்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க.
சொல்லு
அடுத்த கதையெல்லாம் சொன்னாங்க.
என்ன கதை சொல்லியிருந்தாங்கம்மா?
ஒரு கிறிஸ்டினும் ஒரு சாத்தானும், அப்படின்னா ஹிந்து சாத்தான்னு சொல்றாங்க. அவங்க ஒரு சாத்தானும் பைக்ல போயிட்டு இருந்தாங்களாம். அப்போ அவங்களுக்கு ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆயிட்டான். அங்க ஒரு இந்த பைபிள் படிச்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்களாம். அவங்க பைபிள் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கும்போது இங்க இறந்தவங்க உயிர் எழுப்பிட்டாங்களாம். அப்படிலாம் சொல்லி தந்தாங்க.
அந்த மேம் பேர் என்னம்மா?
பியர்ட்ரீஸ் தங்கம்.
தங்கம். உன் பேர் என்னம்மா?
ஏ வைஷ்ணவி.
எத்தனை வகுப்பு படிக்க?
6ஆம் வகுப்பு.
சரி, இது எத்தனை நாளா உங்கள்கிட்ட இப்படி சொல்லுவாங்கம்மா?
இவ்வளோ நாள் இப்படி எல்லாம் சொல்லல. இன்னைக்கு தான் இப்போ
ஒன்றை மட்டுமா எல்லா பிள்ளைங்களையுமா? அந்த 6ஆம் வகுப்பு மட்டுமா வேற வகுப்புகளுக்கும் இப்படி பண்ணாங்க?
நிறைய வகுப்புகள்.
ஓ சரி. பைபிள் ஏதாவது தந்தாங்களா?
இல்ல
தரல. இப்படி உங்களுக்கு கிளாஸ் பீரியட் டைம்ல கிளாஸ் எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, அப்படிதானே?
ஆமா, இங்க டச் தந்தாலும் பிளஸ் சிம்பல் தான் தச்சிடுவாங்க.
ஓ சரி பிளஸ் சிம்பல் இது பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு அந்த கிளாஸ் டைம்ல பீரியட் டைம்ல உங்களுக்கு இதுதான் பிரார்த்தனை மட்டும்தான் ப்ரேயர் பண்ண வேண்டி சொல்லி தராங்க.
அதுக்கு அப்புறம் கிளாஸ்ல எல்லாரும் கை கோர்த்துட்டு முட்டி போட்டுட்டு இருந்து ப்ரேயர் பண்ணணும்னு சொன்னாங்க.
Education Department officials have taken and filed a complaint and are inquiring into the matter as well, following several parents who had spoken to the headmaster, the principal and also the education officials asking for a probe to be looked into this matter of attempted alleged religious conversion. The education officials have also not only ordered a probe but also temporarily suspended the teacher in question even as the inquiry is underway. With video journalist Prasad, Apurva Jayachandran for Republic.
We have breaking news coming in now. Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi has responded to the Tamil Nadu conversion storm, saying that some political parties are running provocative programs. A big statement being made there by Mr. Naqvi. Let's listen to what he had to say.
हेट का हैट्रिक और नफ़रत का नोबाल का सट्टा बाजार चल रहा है। और ये हेट के हैट्रिक और नफ़रत के नोबाल के पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर प्रोवोकेटिव प्रोग्राम चलाते रहते हैं। उनका सीज़न एक आता है। आप हर तरफ देखें कि किस तरह से नफ़रत फैलाई जाए, किस तरह से सौहार्द के ताने बाने को तोड़ा जाए, किस तरह से हमारे देश की सहिष्णुता और सौहार्द की संस्कृति को पूरी दुनिया में बदनाम किया जाए। तो ये हेट की हैट्रिक और नफ़रत के नो बाल वालों का ये जो सट्टा बाज़ार है और पिटा हुआ पॉलिटिकल प्रोग्राम है, वो समय समय पर दिखाई पड़ता है। लेकिन खुशी की बात है कि इस देश के लोग ऐसे नफ़रत के खलनायकों और हेट फैलाने वाले लोगों के साथ कभी नहीं खड़े हुए हैं, उनको आइसोलेट किया। और इस बार भी
a serious allegation that has gotten. How do you see this allegation?
That's what, no, like once we heard about the news regarding this, what are the thing like you saw the news, we have taken action based on the first-hand information. So whenever we used to see this kind of news, these kind of actions or this kind of activities from any of them, it's not only on my department. Our Honorable Chief Minister, he already instructed us it should not be happening in our state. You have to take immediate action. Based on that, we have suspended the teacher also.
Sir, the BJP has already alleged that this allegation has been a repeated, incident that has been ongoing. How do you see this allegation?
I won't say it is repeatedly, because you know about what happened to the Riots cases also, but there it has not been proved or the issue itself a very different issue. But here the issue is not like that. So based on the first-hand information, like immediately we have taken action. So whenever these kind of things, if it is going to happen, means I think it will never happen. If it's going to happen, means we'll take immediate action. Yeah.
So the teacher has been so far suspended. Do you think that more action will be taken?
I know that's what based on the first-hand information, we have taken action. Now the detailed inquiry will be going. So based on that, we'll take action.
All right,
Thank you.
That was Education Minister there, Anbil Mahesh, clearly stating that action will be taken against these allegations of attempt of religion conversion. He also states that an inquiry is ongoing and that investigation will further reveal. Stating on the allegations by BJP, also state that this is not a recurring incident and that the Tamil Nadu government has been and is taking cognizance of the incident that had happened and is inquiring and looking into all possible allegations set forth. With video journalist Prasad, Apurva Jayachandran for Republic.
And on to international news now. The inflation sweeping the world has hit Peru's 33 million inhabitants very hard, especially the poor. Monthly inflation in March has reached 1.48%, the highest in a quarter of a century. Thousands of Argentines marched to protest against the rising inflation on the same day that the government reported inflation rate for March was 6.7%, the highest figure in the last 20 years. 62-year-old man Frank Robert James with a criminal history has been arrested by the New York Police Department for carrying out the horrific shooting attack in the subway in Brooklyn about 30 hours after the attack that left 23 people injured. Colombian President Iván Duque said that the former Colombian soldiers who were suspects in the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse were arrested from Haiti. UN envoy to Yemen said that they had discussed with the Houthis the implementation of a truce and ways to build it as a step towards comprehensive political solution to the conflict. Coming up, it's day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Also, track and field Russian troop movement towards Finland border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join the NATO.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में है, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता आए, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वार्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने?
Straight away, viewers, taking a quick check of the top stories at 10:30 a.m. 7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during the Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over Tamil Nadu conversion video, teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert a student. 4 clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU clash. ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says he is being ignored by the party. Political face-off over Kashmir targeted killings. Congress now blames the Kashmir Files movie for terror attacks. It's day 50 of the Ukrainian war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards Finland border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO. Well, viewers, we're breaking some more developments and exclusive information, in fact, for the Khargon violence that had broken out on the Ram Navami procession that was being carried out there. And Republic has accessed at least 7 videos that expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during the Ram Navami celebrations. You can see that, in fact, we have gotten several information and videos that we have accessed with respect to the Khargon violence that really prove that it was, in fact, a premeditated conspiracy that was being carried out. This is one of the videos, and we will show you some more videos as well. There are at least 7 videos that we have accessed, and now on your screens is another video, the second video really that we have accessed with respect to the Ram Navami violence that was being carried out. In fact, you can see that there are several people on their terraces that had been armed with stones and were also pelting those. And we have shifted to the third video where you can see that the people, in fact, were pelting these stones on the procession. Their faces have been covered as well. And of course, the police is investigating into these things. And we are showing you another video where you can see that there were people who were flinging these stones on the procession, and it has in fact been caught on camera, and we have accessed these visuals exclusively for you viewers to really show you the truth as to what really had conspired in Khargon when the Ram Navami procession had been attacked upon and the procession had been stone pelted upon, and we are learning that there had been a premeditated conspiracy at best in this, and the videos really prove this as well, viewers. But of course, for more information on this, let me bring in my colleague Piyush, who's joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, we have accessed at least 7 videos that show us that there were people who had climbed on terraces, they were flinging these stones on this procession. Was this really a premeditated conspiracy is something that we are also investigating. What more can you tell us?
Well, Priyanka, if you look at these videos, you can clearly find out as to how it was a completely premeditated conspiracy. In all these 7 CCTV footage which we have exclusively accessed in these videos, we can clearly see as to how there are people who are there behind a lane near Jama Masjid there in Khargon, and they are seen yielding that particular weapon in their hand. They are also seen attacking people holding weapons in their hand. In fact, this footage somewhere is telling us as to how it was a premeditated complete conspiracy. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the police will be doing its investigation, but this video somewhere exposes as to how the people who had gathered there, they had planned everything. There are at least 7 CCTV footages which we are right now showing to the people, where the people who were already present there, they had planned everything to attack the procession on Ram Navami. So it is certainly telling us as to how everything was completely pre-planned. We'll have to wait and watch how these footages are going to be used by police. Right. What sources are also suggesting to us that there is 2 hours relaxation which has been given by the authorities, in which only women would be allowed to go outside for some essential things. But this footage somewhere, Priyanka, telling us as to how there was a conspiracy, though police is saying that they are still investigating it from all the angles. A good number of people have already been arrested. Strong actions are being taken. We have also seen the pictures coming in of bulldozers being used to
well, absolutely, Piyush. Of course, the police is investigating into this entire matter, and as you rightly pointed out, that the visuals really speak for themselves, that it was in fact a premeditated conspiracy. But stay on with us, Piyush. We are also being joined by Satyavijay, who is joining us from Khargon itself. Satyavijay, tell us what exactly happened. आप वहां पर हैं जहां पे ये सारा प्रोसेशन के ऊपर हमला किया गया था, पत्थरबाजी की गई थी, आग लगाई गई थी कई सारी जगहों पे, और ये सारे जो वीडियोस हमने एक्सेस किए हैं उसमें क्लियरली दिख रहा है कि वो छतों पे चढ़ के पत्थरबाजी कर रहे हैं। उसमें आगे क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है इसमें?
जी हाँ, देखिए मैं खरगोन में हूँ और खरगोन में रामनवमी के जुलूस के दौरान जो सांप्रदायिक हिंसा हुई उसके तमाम वीडियो हमने अरेंज किए हैं, और एक एक करके जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमारे पास सामने आ रहे हैं उसमें साफ तौर पर दिख रहा है कि एक धर्म विशेष के लोग हिंदुओं पर हमला कर रहे हैं। फिलहाल एक सीसीटीवी ताज़ा मेरे पास अवेलेबल है, 10 अप्रैल का ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज है, वार्ड नंबर 13 का। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि तलवार लेकर जो लोग हैं वो सड़कों पर निकल रहे हैं, बाइकों में तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा भी कुछ और जगह यहाँ पर खरगोन की हैं जिन पे कि जो छतों से पथराव किया जा रहा है, और जिन छतों पर पत्थरबाजों को पनाह दी गई है वो मुस्लिमों के घर बताए जा रहे हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर इसीलिए यहाँ पर तनाव की स्थिति बनी हुई है। आज 10 तारीख से आज 14 तारीख है, 5वां दिन है। आज थोड़ा सा कर्फ्यू में 2 घंटे के लिए महिलाओं को ढील दी है कि वो कुछ किराना या बाकी सामान लेके आएँ, लेकिन पुलिस का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो लगातार जारी है। कल देर रात तक 121 जो लोग हैं उन्हें अरेस्ट कर लिया जा चुका है, लेकिन जो हिंसा है वो खरगोन और आसपास के इलाकों में बंद नहीं हो रही है। कल देर रात भी जो है एक यहाँ से खरगोन से 70 किलोमीटर दूर जगह है, वहाँ पर भी कुछ लोगों को ग्रामीणों ने घेरा था जिन्हें कि पुलिस बचा के लाई। ऐसा माना जा रहा था कि वो भी हिंसा में इन्वॉल्व हैं। 5 ऐसे लोग थे जो महेश्वर के धार गांव इलाके के बताए जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पर उनको घेर लिया गया था, जिसके बाद वहाँ पर पुलिस ने कंट्रोल की स्थिति। तो कुल मिलाकर देखिए यहाँ पर स्थिति सामान्य होगी, लेकिन अभी समय लगेगा क्योंकि तमाम जो लोग हैं जिन्होंने हिंसा की है, जिनके किसी
जी सत्य विजय हमारे साथ बने रहिए. वी आर ऑल्सो ब्रेकिंग व्यूअर्स सम मोर CCTV footages that we have accessed with respect to the violence that had broken out, and this CCTV footage really is a very telling sign, in fact a clincher in the entire investigation that is also being carried out by Republic TV in this entire matter. We have exclusively accessed viewers the CCTV footage of the violence of April 10, and the CCTV footage is of the ward number 13 just behind the Ghati Marg Mulanwari Jama Masjid, and in the CCTV the rioters were seen, in fact can be seen, pelting stones and waving swords in the locality, and on the way a man attacked the vehicles with a sword as well. All of these things have been caught on camera on the CCTV footages as well that have been accessed exclusively by Republic TV viewers, and this CCTV footage is really a clincher in this entire Khargon violence that had broken out, and really is a telling all sign that this in fact was a premeditated conspiracy, and there were people who had been gathering weapons, gathering stones, gathering swords as well it seems, and attacking the Ram Navami processions that were being carried out in several parts of the country, but exclusively of the Khargon violence is the CCTV footage that tells us that this man, in fact, who is also seen brandishing a sword, had been involved, and of course the police will also have to take cognizance of this CCTV footage as well. सत्य विजय, अगर आपके पास मैं वापस आ पाऊँ, आपको मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है, तो ये जो CCTV फुटेज आपने हमारे लिए एक्सेस किया है, इसमें जो दिख रहा है कि लोग स्टोन्स फेंक रहे हैं, तलवारें उठा के घूम रहे हैं, इससे क्या आप और बता सकते हैं विद रिस्पेक्ट टू क्या किस तरह से ये प्री मेडिटेटेड कंस्पिरेसी थी?
जी हाँ बिल्कुल, देखिए जो हम एक्सक्लूसिव CCTV फुटेज स्क्रीन पर चला रहे हैं वो 10 अप्रैल की हिंसा का ही एक्सक्लूसिव CCTV फुटेज है। घाटी मार्ग मुल्हारबाड़ी जामा मस्जिद के पीछे वार्ड नंबर 13 का ये CCTV फुटेज है, जिसमें कि कुछ लोग तलवार लेकर सड़कों पर निकल रहे हैं, वहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं, बाइकों में तोड़फोड़ की जा रही है, और जो भी उन्हें उस दौरान मिलता है, ये सिर्फ CCTV फुटेज का कुछ हिस्सा है जो हमारे पास पहुँचा है। इसके अलावा भी तमाम ऐसे वीडियो समय समय पर हम दिखाते आ रहे हैं जिसमें कि एक वर्ग विशेष के लोग किस तरह से तोड़फोड़ मारपीट कर रहे हैं, और इन्हीं CCTV फुटेज के आधार पर पुलिस इन लोगों को हिंसा करने वाले दंगाइयों को गिरफ्तार भी कर रही है। तो रही बात जो हिंसा है उसके प्री प्लान होने की, तो SP खरगोन खुद ये ऑन कैमरा बता चुके हैं कि पूरी जो हिंसा सांप्रदायिक जो हिंसा हुई है ये प्री प्लान थी, क्योंकि जिस तरह से जब हिंसा होती है तो पत्थर जिस मात्रा में घर की छतों पर पाए जाते हैं, पेट्रोल बम जिस संख्या में फेंके गए, तो उससे क्षणिक घटना इसे नहीं कहा जाएगा, इसलिए ये प्री प्लान था और इसी लिहाज से अब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे बढ़ा रही है।
Yes, absolutely. You know, Satyavijay breaking down the details for us as well, and viewers, we're showing you visuals back to back with respect to the kind of premeditated conspiracy angle that was being investigated into. And for more on this, let me also bring in Arvind Singh Bhadoria, the MP Minister, who's joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Bhadoria, if I could come to you. Republic TV has accessed, in fact, exclusively the CCTV footage. That is really a clincher with respect to how it proves that it was, in fact, a premeditated conspiracy that was being carried out to attack the Ram Navami processions.
जो CCTV फुटेज मिले हैं, एक्चुअली ये बड़ी कॉन्स्पिरेसी षड्यंत्र है दंगाइयों का। शांतिपूर्वक ढंग से जो रामनवमी का जुलूस निकल रहा था उस पर हमला किया गया, कई लोग घायल हुए उसमें। प्रशासन के हमारे SP को भी पैर में चोट लगी है, गोली लगी है। तो इस प्रकार के दंगाइयों के खिलाफ मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने सख्त कार्रवाई की है, सख्त कार्रवाई की है। जो भी दंगाई है छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा मध्य प्रदेश की धरती पर, किसी प्रकार का राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र हो या अन्य प्रकार का कॉन्स्पिरेसी हो। इसलिए सख्त कार्रवाई के साथ खरगोन की जनता के साथ प्रशासन खड़ा है। जो भी एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स हैं उन सबके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करके उनके मकान तोड़ने का काम भी मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार ने किया है।
जी, पर सर ये जिस तरह से वीडियो आए हैं हमारे पास में, उसमें बहुत ही क्लियरली दिख रहा है कि लोगों को उकसाया जा रहा है। लोग अपने साथ में जो पत्थर हैं वो लेकर जा रहे हैं छतों पे, और छत से वो पत्थरबाजी कर रहे हैं। नौखाली पत्थरों के साथ पर तलवारें उठाई जा रही हैं। इसके बारे में आप क्या देख रहे हैं? इसमें किस तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी?
एक्चुअली पूरी CCTV फुटेज को देख के हुए इन्वेस्टिगेशन किए भी गए हैं, सब आइडेंटिफाइड भी कर लिए गए हैं, और उन सबके खिलाफ 77 लोग 3 दिन पहले पकड़ लिए गए थे। उन सब के खिलाफ सख्त धाराओं में जो है ना दंगाई जिस प्रकार की धाराएं लगती है उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी की है। और भी इसके पीछे जो है ना दिग्विजय सिंह जी जो बयान दे रहे हैं, एक गलत फोटो डाल के कर रहे हैं, तो उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो इस घटना के पीछे मास्टरमाइंड है, मध्य प्रदेश में इस प्रकार का दंगा अलग अलग सेंधवा में भी करने की कोशिश की, अन्य जगह भी करने की कोशिश की गई है, ऐसे सभी लोगों के खिलाफ मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय, कानून के दायरे में सख्ती से कार्रवाई की भी है। और भी तलाशे जा रहे हैं इसके कॉन्स्पिरेसी मैन कौन है, इसके पीछे कौन लोग हैं, छोड़ा किसी को नहीं जाएगा, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश शांति का टापू है और शांति का टापू ही बना के रखेंगे मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार।
Well, right. That was Arvind Singh Bhadoria, the MP Minister, in fact, who was joining us on the broadcast with more details on this. But let me also bring in the VD Sharma, the BJP MP President in fact, in joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sharma, what really is the investigation that needs to be done? जो लोग यहाँ पे involved थे, the people who were carrying out the stone pelting, who were brandishing swords, attacking the Ram Navami processions as well. What investigation is being done as of now?
देखिए, कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप पूरे देश के अंदर इस प्रकार का योजनाबद्ध तरीके से ये उनका प्लान है। मैंने पहले ही कहा था जब ये घटना हुई कि एक साथ रामनवमी के शांतिपूर्वक जुलूस पर एक साथ इस प्रकार से सुनियोजित षड्यंत्र था ये, और कैसे मध्य प्रदेश की शांति को कैसे बिगाड़ा जाए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर सांप्रदायिक हमारा जिस प्रकार का हमारा धार्मिक सौहार्द था उसको कैसे बिगाड़ा जाए, ये बड़ी योजना से कांग्रेस के लोगों ने किया। और दिग्विजय सिंह जैसे लोगों की इसमें महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है। सोनिया जी ने उन्हीं को आंदोलन का इंचार्ज बना रखा है। आज भी मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर कमलनाथ जी ने कमेटी बनाई है, दिग्विजय सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में बनी है, जो फेक फोटो लगा करके धार्मिक उन्माद कैसे फैलाया जाए, ये अस्थिरता लाने के प्रयास है कांग्रेस के। कांग्रेस हमेशा से करती रही है, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश
पर सर ये कांग्रेस पार्टी का डायरेक्ट लिंक क्या आपके पास में कुछ निकल कर आया है, जिस बेसिस पे आप ये एलिगेशंस लगा रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी का इसमें हाथ था?
बिल्कुल हाथ है, क्यों नहीं है। कांग्रेस के लीडर से जो इस प्रकार के काम करने वाले लोग हैं, उनका समर्थन कौन कर रहा है? दिग्विजय सिंह कर रहे हैं। उनका समर्थन कौन कर रहा है? कांग्रेस की लीडरशिप कर रही है। भाई इतने हमारे लोगों पर जो हमला हुआ, इतने आगजनी हुई, उसकी एक शब्द आलोचना न करके उन लोगों का समर्थन कर रहे हैं जो आरोपी हैं, जो गुंडिज्म कर रहे हैं, जिन्होंने आगजनी की, जिन्होंने पत्थरबाजी की घरों के अंदर। ये बड़ी योजनाबद्ध तरीके से हुआ है और मध्य प्रदेश के हमारे धार्मिक उन्माद फैलाने का प्रयास इन्होंने किया दिग्विजय सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में। इसलिए ऐसे लोग मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर वक्ते नहीं जाएंगे।
All right, VD Sharma, the BJP MP President, in fact, joining us on the broadcast with those details as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And viewers, we are tracking all that is happening with respect to the violence that had broken out in Khargone and the kind of premeditated conspiracy that was being carried out with respect to the kind of attacks that were happening on the procession that was being carried out for Ram Navami. Viewers, quickly taking a check of all that's happening in the nation. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar said India and China agree that dialogue is the only way out of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, adding that Americans obviously distinguish and differentiate between India and China when it comes to the stance taken by the two countries on Russia amid a raging war. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has said that there is no place for riots in Uttar Pradesh, stressing that Ram Navami celebrations coinciding with Ramzan went off without any incident of violence. His remark at an event on Tuesday came against the backdrop of recent cases of communal violence in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal and Gujarat. The Central Bureau of Investigation has taken over the probe into the alleged extortion cases against former Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh from the Maharashtra Police. Now the Central Investigating Agency has registered 5 FIRs against Parambir Singh and others on the orders of the Supreme Court. The Punjab cabinet has appealed to the union government to relax the norms for shriveled grains for the ongoing procurement of wheat. A spokesperson of the Punjab Chief Minister's office said that Secretary for Food, Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs briefed the cabinet about the status of the ongoing procurement. West Bengal Governor Jagdeep Dhankar has written to Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee after a section of the Trinamool Congress's legal cell protested in the front of Chamber of Justice Abhijit Ganguly inside the High Court. In his letter, the governor requested a meeting with the Chief Minister over the incident in court. Time now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, it's day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight, even as both sides press for negotiations. And getting you all the updates also of how Russian troops move towards Finland border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO.
Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वॉर्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे हो आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
Crimes, the alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता आए, हम
explosions near the Kharkiv area. As you can see right now, this area has been completely blocked and people are leaving the city.
Hundreds of people have lined up. These are the people who have come from Ukraine, leaving their homes behind.
Motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas. What you see right now is the damage that has been caused because of the aerial bombardment that took place.
This is one such training center. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army.
Viewers, getting you some more breaking updates as far as the poll-bound state of Gujarat is concerned. Now, a day after indicating willingness to contest the elections after the Supreme Court stayed his conviction in a 2015 case, the Patidar leader and the Gujarat Congress working president Hardik Patel on Wednesday lashed out at his party and stated that Congress was in fact ignoring him. Now remember, we have seen how over the last few months Hardik Patel has been given more responsibility in the Congress of being made the working president, but since then he has been making several claims in the public domain stating that since he had been made the working president, he's not being allowed into meetings, he's not being kept in the loop of the kind of strategy of the Congress party as well, and also being ignored by the party. Now this is not the first time that Hardik Patel has come out and stated that the Congress party in the state of Gujarat is in fact ignoring him, but also reiterating this and stating that the Congress party not only doing their homework, not preparing for the elections, and also ignoring Hardik Patel as well. Hardik Patel in fact had also been stating that he wants to fight the elections, the upcoming elections of Gujarat Assembly polls that are set to take place later this year. And we had seen how Hardik Patel had earlier as well come out and stated that the Congress party had been ignoring him. But let's first listen in to what the young Patidar leader had to say, and then we'll bring you the breaking updates.
कुल लड़ेंगे क्यों नहीं लड़ेंगे राजनीति में मैं पिछले 7 साल से कुल लड़ेंगे क्यों नहीं लड़ेंगे राजनीति में मैं पिछले 7 साल से 2015 में हम लोगों ने आंदोलन की शुरुआत की। उस समय के कई ऐसे लोग थे जो दूसरे आंदोलन भी करते थे, सब लोग विधायक बने। मैं 7 साल सामाजिक और राजनीतिक जीवन के भीतर खूब मेहनत की, जेल गया, इतने सारे केस मुझ पर लगे। कभी मैंने वो विधायक बनना या मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनना या किसी पद पर चला जाना, वो हमने सपना नहीं देखा था। हमने सपना देखा है प्रदेश के लोगों के हितों का, और वो सपना पूरा करने के लिए अगर असेंबली में या पार्लियामेंट में जाना पड़ेगा तो निश्चित रूप से जाएंगे। और वो हम तय नहीं करेंगे ना कि मुझे जाना है, जनता तय करेगी। तो उस प्रकार हमें जनता का काम करना पड़ेगा, जनता का विश्वास हासिल करना पड़ेगा। और मुझे भरोसा है कि मैंने अपने 7 साल के जीवन में मैंने जनता का जो भरोसा हासिल किया है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जनता मुझे सहयोग करेगी।
Well, viewers, there you heard Hardik Patel speaking about the upcoming assembly elections and also stating that in fact it was the Congress party who has been ignoring him and not giving him additional responsibilities in the party even when he has the designation for it. And we have seen how Hardik Patel earlier had also come out and stated that it was in fact the Congress party that had not been allowing him to work and not giving him additional responsibilities. And now we see that he has come out in the public domain and has stated that it was the Congress party that has been completely ignoring him. And just a few months from now is when the Gujarat Assembly polls are set to take place. And
human rights issue. No, we did not discuss human rights during this meeting. This meeting was primarily focused on all mill affairs, and I kind of gave you in some detail what all we raised. It is a subject which has come up in the past. I mean, it came up when Secretary Blinken came to India. And I think if you recall the press briefings after that, I was very open about the fact that we had discussed it and said what I had to say. Whenever there is a discussion, I can tell you that we will not be reticent about speaking out. I would also, just so that I round off that point, tell you that we also have views on other people's human rights situation, including that of the United States. So we take up human rights issues when they arise in this country.
Now here for a short break, viewers. Coming up on the other side, political face-off over Kashmir targeted killings. Congress now blames the Kashmir Files movie for terror attacks. And getting you details of how it's day 50 of the Ukrainian war, and no de-escalation is in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations.
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता आए, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वार्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोच रहे हो आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक।
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
The headline, 7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over the Tamil Nadu conversion video. Teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert a student. 4 clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU clash. The ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says he's being ignored by his party. Political face-off over the Kashmir targeted killings. Congress now blames the Kashmir Files movie for terror attacks. It is day 50 of the Ukraine war. No de-escalation in sight yet, even as both sides press for negotiations. Russian troops move towards the Finnish border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO. Now, amid the wave of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir, Kashmiri pundits in Baramulla have alleged that they have received death threats. Veervan Pandit colony in Baramulla has been receiving threatening letters through the post. Now, what we understand is that there are several Kashmiri pundits in that area who believe to have said that they have received threat letters. Now, we have, of course, seen a wave of targeted killings in the valley for quite some time now. There were particularly incidents that were reported in the past 6 months. against Kashmiri Pandits who were residing in Kashmir as well, in Srinagar rather, as well as Baramulla. Let's listen in to what Vijay Raina has had to say on this.
लेटर आई है वीरवन बारामूला की कश्मीरी पंडितों की जो कॉलोनी है, वहाँ जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर पैकेज के अंदर आए हैं, उनको एक थ्रेटनिंग लेटर आई है लश्कर इस्लाम की तरफ से कि आप या तो इस्लाम कबूल कीजिए और या तो मरने के लिए तैयार हो जाइए या यहाँ से भाग जाइए। वो लंबी लेटर है जिसमें बिल्कुल थ्रेटनिंग है कश्मीरी पंडितों को। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि कश्मीरी पंडित डरने वाला नहीं है, कश्मीरी पंडित कश्मीर का है और यहाँ शाना बशाना कश्मीर मुसलमानों के साथ वो डेवलपमेंट चाहता है, पीस चाहता है, अमन चाहता है और भाईचारा यहाँ चाहता है। कुछ तत्व हैं, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो यहाँ के समाज में हैं जो नहीं चाहते कि यहाँ अमन हो, चैन हो और ख़ास तौर पर जो पाकिस्तान की हमदर्दी रखते हैं और उन्होंने उनको खरीद के रखा हुआ है और उन्हीं की तूती बोलते हैं। वो नहीं चाहते यहाँ अमन हो और शांति हो। मैं उनको ये वाज़ह करना चाहता हूँ कि कश्मीर ऋषियों का, पीरों की जगह है और यहाँ अमन और शांति के लिए भाईचारा बहुत ज़रूरी है और सदियों पुराना भाईचारा यहाँ है। ऐसे लोगों से, ऐसे जो उनने लेटरें निकाली हैं, इससे कोई यहाँ डरने वाला नहीं है। सब यहाँ अमन और पीस चाहते हैं। लेकिन मैं एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को कहना चाहता हूँ, पुलिस को कहना चाहता हूँ, यहाँ के एलजी सरकार को कहना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करे और उनको जल्दी से जल्दी सलाखों के पीछे पहुँचाया जाए, जिससे यहाँ जो भाईचारा और अमन है उसमें कोई खलल ना हो।
Our Kashmir Bureau Chief Zeenat now joins me on live right now. Zeenat, this particular threat perception that is being seen by Kashmiri Pandits, particularly in the Baramulla area, comes right after we had another targeted killing yesterday where an encounter took place in Kulgam where a civilian was killed. Give us a sense of what security establishment is now telling you about this.
See, as far as the letter is concerned, this letter was published. This letter went into circulation yesterday about the threatening coming for the Kashmiri Pandits living in the Kashmir Valley. They have mentioned about the Pandits living in the Baramulla, either they convert or leave the place. But we are also seeing the way the terror groups are targeting the non-locals, or for that matter, Kashmiri Pandits. In fact, yesterday, if we talk about Kulgam's Rajput family was targeted. Their member was targeted. He was shot in head and later he succumbed to injuries at Sher Kashmir Institute of Medical Science. All these things are happening because we are seeing also the N number of anti-terror operations where the terror network has received body blows. So not only the Pakistani terrorists but also the local terrorists have been killed. We are seeing that the JNK police maintaining that they have the upper hand. So because of the upper hand of the security forces, the terrorists are frustrated and now they are looking for the soft targets. Then we are also seeing the statement coming from the BJP chief Ashok Rana, who yesterday said that the police needs to devise some kind of mechanism so that such killings do not take place and such killings are controlled. But when I spoke to IGP Kashmir yesterday, he said that arresting or killing a terrorist is the only solution if they start doing all this, because we have seen the blow given to the OGW network also, because 1600 plus OGW network, then the network OGWs were arrested by Jammu and Kashmir police last year, and this year also the surge has been there as far as the arrest of the OGW is concerned. But we are seeing that the terrorists are trying to choose them who don't have a security or they are
so
the
Zeenat, what you are saying in a sense is that the security establishment believes that this is in a sense to scare away Pandits, because there has been action that's been taken against various terrorist organizations that we are seeing in the state. Stay with us. On the phone line with me is Kiran Wattal. She's a Kashmiri Pandit. Okay, I'm going to go first across to Mr. Sushil Pandit, who joins me on the phone line. Mr. Pandit, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Pandit, we've been seeing such sort of threat letters that have been coming in for a while now, and the Kashmir police believes that this is just an attempt by terrorists to make sure that, they can spread a fear psychosis. Do you think it's having that desired effect?
It is not just fear psychosis. It is an advance warning for the killings that will follow, because killings have never stopped. How can you forget? Barely a few months back, terrorists in just 1 week, day after day, held innocent citizens in schools, cart pushers, street vendors, office goers, shopkeepers. None were spared. So their capacity to strike and kill is intact. This is the same tactics that we saw in 1990 when notices were published in newspapers and warnings were pasted on our doors and killings started simultaneously. All this is happening because we have left the jihadi capacity intact. We are merely pruning the leaves and branches. We've not gone for the root and stem. We are still trying to win hearts and minds. We are still investing in bribes and ransom instead of going for the jugular of jihad.
Right.
And so long as we will keep addressing the surface and make a superficial show of normalcy, this will keep erupting. It's a colossal failure of the diagnosis and colossal failure to address the issue in its entirety.
Right, Mr. Pandit, so you seem to suggest that the government needs to do a lot more to make sure that Kashmiri Pandits feel safe over there. Thank you for the moment for joining us, Mr. Pandit.
Viewers, US President Joe Biden has extended the invocation of an Emergencies Act that allows for the sanctions to be imposed on Russia. Now, you'll remember that these are not the only sanctions against Russia, the ones that were imposed because of the Ukraine war. Russia had already been sanctioned because of its alleged meddling in the 2016 US elections, and from before that because of its takeover of the Crimean Peninsula. Now, what Joe Biden has done, and he has enunciated this in a letter to the US House of Representatives Speaker, he has continued the invocation of this Emergencies Act for 1 more year. It was last extended April 2021. He has extended it further, and what he has cited while extending it is that Russia continues to pose a threat to American national security, to its foreign policy, and also to its economy, and he calls the Russian threat a malicious threat. So that is the latest. The US sanctions against Russia have been extended for another year.
Well, we are going straight across to visuals that we are getting of the Prime Minister inaugurating the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya. In fact, he is purchasing the first ticket of that museum that is being inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. The Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya, of course, is a tribute to every Prime Minister of India since independence, irrespective of their ideology or tenure in office. The Prime Minister, of course, had taken to Twitter yesterday to announce its inauguration at 11 o'clock this morning. The Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya, of course, has been built at the behest of Prime Minister Modi. It is basically a museum that is dedicated to all the Prime Ministers of this country, irrespective of how long they were in tenure. I'm going to go across to Abhishek Kapoor on the phone line to give us more details of this. Abhishek, are you there with us?
Yes, Nupur, I'm there.
Yes, Abhishek. So, Abhishek, this, of course, is being planned essentially to be able to bring to fore the work of various prime ministers in the country. And what we understand is that Prime Minister Modi put in considerable effort and time into this.
Well, Nupur, it's a political statement of sorts. So, when we talk of Lutyens Delhi, and if a visitor from outside New Delhi, a citizen of India, a young man, a young woman, child, kid, if they come to Delhi, they see Teen Murti Bhavan, which is the residence and museum dedicated to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, which was his residence till the time he was Prime Minister. Then we have one for Indira Gandhi, and then nothing. What about the other Prime Ministers? We have had 16. So I think there is a great vision in this project. No tinkering has been done insofar as Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's
space in the Teen Murti Bhavan complex is concerned, that is going to be redesignated as Block 1, and a new building in about 11,000 square meters has come up, which is dedicated to all the prime ministers of the country. So while the space which was dedicated as museum to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has been refurbished, redone, made better, it's not removed. Contributions of other prime ministers, irrespective of their ideology, irrespective of their tenure, have been brought in. And it's a marvel of democracy also, Nupur. The manner in which transfer of power happens in India, cutting across political divide, the grace, the dignity with which it happens. So why not reflect the contributions of the same prime ministers at a space, at a place which can be seen as dedicated to, in a way, it's a story of India's growth, India's development, India's journey since independence. So I think a lot of, under the overall guidance and vision of Prime Minister, a lot of detailed look at minutiae has gone into this project. It would be unveiled by the Prime Minister at about 12:30 p.m. He has already gone in. He is going to start to have a look at it. The pictures show that he has taken the first ticket, all digital, and that's in fact, if you want, I can share more information.
In fact, Abhishek, I wanted to bring your attention to the design of this museum building, which we understand, incorporates sustainable and energy conservation practices as well. So, give us an overview of the thought behind the design of this building.
Well, exactly. So, it's a very modern, state-of-the-art building, incorporating high tech, I would say, to reflect the achievements of India's prime ministers, and through their achievements, the nation-building enterprise of the country as well. So I think if I go to the design aspect of the building, Nupur, it incorporates elements which reflect a rising India. No tree has been felled, and to that extent it's a green building. No tree has been uprooted or removed in the entire 10,000 or 11,000 square meters. The design, if the pictures are in front of the viewers, it shows hands of the people holding the chakra, which is a symbol of nation and democracy in the country. And in fact, insofar as collecting information of all the prime ministers is concerned, apart from various government departments, help was enlisted of the families of the prime ministers who are still there, or those prime ministers who are no more, their families. Then media organizations, international media organizations, apart from, of course, in-house government data that has, or information that has come or could come from institutions like Doordarshan, Film Division, Ministry of Defense, and of course the Ministry of External Affairs, which has a big repository of, for example, gifts that have been given to prime ministers from the time of independence. Archives, for example, with the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and of course the MEA. All those things, memorabilia, felicitations, honors, medals, gifts, anecdotal representation of ideologies and different aspects of all these prime ministers' holograms. And when I mentioned high-tech Nupur, that is something that also has to be mentioned, because Prime Minister likes these kind of presentations not to be staid, not to be archaic, not to be boring. So, a lot of elements of high-tech, for example, holograms. Remember, technology for his campaign. The hologram is incorporated, not just virtual reality, but augmented reality, multimedia, interactive kiosks, multi-touch presentations, computerized kinetic sculptures, smart applications, and see a reflection of the use of technology we saw in the manner in which the Prime Minister was buying the ticket using digital means. Of course, not the first time he has done that, but then a reflection of the manner in which this entire project has been conceived and executed under the overall leadership of former Principal Secretary to Prime Minister Nipin Mishra, who is now the head of the Nehru Memorial and Museum Library, which is the key organization which has executed this project, Nupur, at the Teen Murti Bhavan campus. So if a young man, young woman, a citizen of India, a kid, if they travel to New Delhi next time, apart from just a couple of prime ministers, and let's not make any mistake, a couple of prime ministers we always thought of Nehru, Gandhi's, because there was Teen Murti Bhavan, Then there is the Indira Gandhi's memorial at 1 Safdarjung Lane. But maybe one for Lal Bahadur Shastri, hardly visited, but nothing beyond that. So I think a museum dedicated to all the prime ministers and through their achievements, chronicling the journey of India was the need of the hour. Narendra Modi as prime minister conceived of it, and this project has been brought to light. I think there would be some politics, some misinterpretation that this has been done to sideline Nehru. It's not the case. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's space in the Teen-Murti Bhavan complex is in fact refurbished and redone and improved, and it's called Block 1 now, while visitors would also get the opportunity to see the work of other prime ministers and through them, as I said, the journey of India local.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, the Prime Minister was the first one who paid for the ticket to go and visit this Sanghralaya. As Abhishek has been talking us through it, there are several facets of this which are very interesting. Of course, we also understand that this is going to be extremely interactive, and this, we understand, has been built as part of the newly constructed Block 2 of the Trimurti Bhavan in the national capital. Abhishek, if I could come back to you. Abhishek, what we understand is that this is going to be extremely interactive in the sense that it actually lets people who visit live through the journey and the turning points of India's history after independence and the manner in which prime ministers have navigated this country through these years.
Well, yes, Nupur. So since you mentioned high tech, I can, as I mentioned, all those gadgetry, all that gadgetry that has been used to make sure that the museum is in line with the aspirations of the youth of the country. Today, it reflects the reality of the country. Today, remember, we are a supercomputing power as well. Only 6 nations in the world, or 10 nations in the world that have those kind of petaflop supercomputing powers, and India has that. India is one of them. So cutting-edge technology used there, some of which I already mentioned. It has interactive screens and experiential installations, and all these technologies have been leveraged to make the exhibition content highly interactive. But apart from that, as I said, there is a political vision to it. There is this thought that spaces in the national capital should not be just about Nehru Gandhi's. Remember, there are hundreds of schemes, projects, airports, buildings, government offices, bhavans named after either of the Nehrus and Gandhis.
Right.
And we have seen some recalibration happening now, and this is just one reflection of that.
Right, absolutely. Abhishek Kapoor, of course, continuing to bring us all those details. For the moment, Abhishek, we are going to be slipping into a short break, but do stay with us.
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा, और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वॉर कर रहा हूं मैं, क्या सोचे आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक।
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या।
Inflation sweeping the world has hit Peru's 33 million inhabitants hard, especially poor people. Monthly inflation in March reached 1.48%, the highest in a quarter of a century. Soaring prices for food and fuel combined with inefficiency of President Pedro Castillo's government has unleashed violent protest across the country. Thousands of Argentines have marched to protest against rising inflation on the same day that the government reported the inflation rate for March was 6.7%, the highest figure in the last 20 years. With the latest figure for March, Argentina remains on the list of countries with the highest inflation in the world. A 62-year-old man, Frank Robert James, with a criminal history, has been arrested by the New York Police Department for carrying out a horrific shooting attack in a subway in Brooklyn about 30 hours after the attack left 23 people injured. Colombian President Ivan Duque has said that the former Colombian soldiers who were suspects in the assassination of the Haitian President Jovenel Moïse were arrested from Haiti. Duque struck a harsher tone and said that a small group of recruiters knew the real intention of ex-soldiers' trip to Haiti. The UN envoy to Yemen has said that they had discussed with the Houthis the implementation of a truce and ways to build on it as a step towards comprehensive political solution to the conflict. Years of inconclusive fighting have pushed the Arab world's poorest nation to the brink of famine. You are with Republic TV, and still to come, 4 clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU clash. The ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. There's a rift in the Gujarat Congress camp. The state working president Hardik Patel says he's being ignored by his party.
तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहाँ तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और यहाँ अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहाँ से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता आए हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। फाइट हैज ओनली बिगन। ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वार्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे हो आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक, गो बैक।
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की बात करें या पोखरण की बात कर रहे हैं या किस तरह से पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री इंदिरा गांधी के जो पत्र हैं उनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, जो जानकारियां अभी तक बिना किसी कारण के ही कहीं न कहीं क्लासिफाइड थी, उसको अब एक तरह से पब्लिक डोमेन में लाने का जो प्रधानमंत्री ने बीड़ा उठाया है, चाहे सुभाष चंद्र बोस की हम बात करें या कुछ अन्य जानकारियां, ये कितना महत्वपूर्ण है एक सशक्त लोकतंत्र के लिए?
देखिए शेखर, मैं ये कहूंगा कि इसमें जो जब हम नेहरू मेमोरियल की बात करते हैं, जो अब प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय का हिस्सा है, वहां पर नेहरू जी की जो लाइब्रेरी थी, ये सारी चीजें तब भी उपलब्ध थी। लेकिन एक किताब को पढ़ना एक बहुत बोरिंग हो जाता है और आजकल जो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड हट जाते हैं, तो किताब पढ़ने का उनका हैबिट भी नहीं रही है। तो ये सब डॉक्यूमेंटेड प्रूफ ऑलरेडी थे यहाँ पर लाइब्रेरी में, लेकिन उसको वर्चुअल मोड में लेकर आना और सिलेक्टेड चीजें, आप टच स्क्रीन पर जाए, आपको क्या देखना है वो तमाम चीजें आपके सामने स्क्रीन पर आ जाएंगी और विद ऑडियो इन्फॉर्मेशन। तो एचडी देवेगौड़ा साउथ से आते हैं, इंदर कुमार गुजराल, गुलदार।
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, over there inaugurating the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya in New Delhi. He was the first person to buy a ticket for the museum. Now, this is being seen as an attempt to showcase the contributions of the former Prime Minister since independence. Now, what we understand is that this has been built, of course, in Block 2 of Teen Murti Bhavan, and this is being used to showcase the contribution, the vision of all prime ministers towards nation building. This is a tribute to all the prime ministers who have served as prime ministers of the country since independence. What we also know is that this is being seen as an inclusive endeavor that, of course, is being led by the prime minister to make sure that the next generations have an idea of the contributions of each prime minister in the nation building process. Now, the design of the museum building, of course, has been inspired by the story of rising India. We understand that the design incorporates sustainable energy conservation practices, and also we are given to understand that there was no felling of trees that was done for this project. The logo of the Sanghralaya represents the hands of the people of India holding the Dharm Chakra, of course, which symbolizes nation and democracy. So in those pictures over there, the Prime Minister, of course, meeting all the dignitaries who are present at the inauguration of the Pradhanmantri Sanghralaya, which takes place even as we speak in New Delhi. Now, as per the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister had also tweeted about this particular museum. What we understand is that the information for the museum was collected through resources, repositories and institutions such as the Prasar Bharati, as well as various other governmental organizations. Let me go across to Abhishek Kapoor, who also joins us on this broadcast. Abhishek, earlier on, of course, we were talking about the fact that there is an attempt to make sure that the legacy of none of the prime ministers who have worked hard to build the nation is forgotten. So whatever their political ideologies may have been, each one has been given the due respect in this.
Well, absolutely. Let me give you examples for the benefit of viewers, and then let the viewers decide, Nupur. For example, H.D. Devegoda, Prime Minister for less than a year. But he's someone who's credited with letting the Panchayati Raj institutions get 33% reservation for women. He was known as a farmer Prime Minister. He's someone at that time who went to China in 1996. He's someone under whose watch the Jammu and Kashmir election of 1996 happened, seen as one of the most fair, free elections in Jammu and Kashmir. Is it not a contribution that should be reflected somewhere in Delhi? Again, Chandrasekhar, Prime Minister for just few months, less than 6 months, I believe, or 8 months. And people believe that it is Manmohan Singh who carried out liberalization or Narasimha Rao. Of course they did. They really took it to the next level. But it is under Chandrasekhar's watch that India faced a very difficult balance of payments crisis, and some innovative measures were used at that time, including something that was panned but was very crucial insofar as decision making is concerned of keeping our gold reserves under loan and then get some money, foreign reserves. So I think contributions of prime ministers, irrespective of their tenure, when it is said that irrespective of their tenure and ideology, I give you 2 examples of non-Congress, non-BJP prime ministers. Again, in a brief tenure of 13 months, if the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government carried out the nuclear test, is it not an achievement which should be reflected somewhere in Delhi? It is well chronicled that even P.V. Narasimha Rao wanted to carry out those nuclear tests, but something happened, and it is well chronicled what happened, and India could not carry out the nuclear tests. Narasimha Rao could not press the nuclear button, despite all preparation, because I think there was some US pressure. But the same thing could happen in a shorter, not very stable government of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Is it not an achievement? Should it not be reflected in Delhi? So I gave you examples. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, H.D. Devegoda, then Chandrasekhar. Then again, Inder Kumar Gujral. He was Prime Minister briefly again for a year or less. But then he was Prime Minister at a time when India was marking 50 years of its independence, the golden jubilee of independence, as we are marking 75th year now, when Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister. At that time, Inder Kumar Gujral was known for his Gujral doctrine, which now we call neighborhood first, for example. Gujral doctrine was giving some unilateral favors to our neighbors like Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, Nepal. Of course, there were some difficulties because of Gujral doctrine on the security front with Pakistan. But that's one exception, and with Pakistan, every Prime Minister has had to deal with. So the overall aspect, all these policies, decisions, which impacted the life of India in its journey through independence, which impacted the common man, which impacted the politics, democracy, the very life breath of the country, should it not be reflected in Delhi somewhere? This is the thought behind this museum. Nobody thought of it before Narendra Modi, and I think that's why when you look at these pictures and the Prime Minister, when he's going around taking a look, I think he would have that element of satisfaction that he has given one landmark to New Delhi, one institution to Delhi, which celebrates India's democracy through the life and times and decisions and policies made by its prime ministers. As I said, it's a marvel of democracy, the manner in which transfer of power has always happened in India. And should it not be reflected somewhere in Delhi? Nobody before Narendra Modi thought about this, and today we are seeing that thing having taken shape and being inaugurated now as we see in the pictures, Nupur.
Right, absolutely. And one of the things, Abhishek, which everybody's been talking about, how museums in India actually need to be revamped to be more interactive in that sense. So what we understand is that this one is been, work has been done on that aspect quite a bit. There are holograms, there's virtual reality, augmented reality, multi-touch, multimedia, interactive kiosk. So in that sense, this is perhaps something that hopes to engage people who will be visiting this museum.
Well, Nupur, a bit of a personal anecdote there. In 2006, sometime there, I had visited the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Museum and Library in Springfield in Illinois. And the impressions that it left, because of the high tech that was used, I mean, they were using augmented reality at that time, almost 18 years back. And every moment of the hour or two I spent there still remains with me. And this was 15, 16, 17 years back. So essentially, what happens is, we have had this traditional style, old style, when tech was not available, of museums where you just go look at it, remember certain things, forget most of it. Prime Minister, whenever he has made these kind of institutions, be it the Mahatma Gandhi Museum in Gandhinagar, the Mahatma Mandir, it's a fantastic piece of coming together of the traditional museum making in high tech. Similarly, with the one dedicated to Sardar Patel at the Statue of Unity in Kevadia Colony, we have seen Prime Minister really wanting that these kind of institutions should not be dated and archaic, that they should be attracting and inviting the youngsters, because it is for them, and they should be going back with images and with the thoughts and memories which can really last a lifetime and inspire them in many ways. So as I said, the whole thought and idea about this museum is to inculcate the sense of commitment to democracy, of getting inspired by the manner in which India has practiced democracy, Vax and all. And I think that is something which has gone into this thought that this museum should be interactive, this museum should be tech-rich, this museum should be appealing to the youngsters as to the old, and should in many ways be capturing the India of today, even as it chronicles the journey of the 75 years since independence.
Absolutely. As Abhishek, of course, is pointing out, a lot of thought has gone into the making of this museum. What we understand is that it begins with displays from this freedom struggle, and then the framing of the Constitution. The Sanghralaya goes on to tell the story of how each Prime Minister navigated the nation through various challenges and ensured progress of the country. Abhishek, I wanted to... All right. So that's the bit that we are getting right now. Of course, the Sanghralaya also employs cutting-edge technology-based interfaces to encompass the heterogeneity of content. And you are watching Republic TV. A lot more coming up next, including four clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU clash. The ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. And there's a rift in the Gujarat Congress camp. The state working president, Hardik Patel, says that he's being ignored by his party.
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और यहाँ अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहाँ से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
Explosions near the Kharkiv area. As you can see right now, this area has been completely blocked and people are leaving the city.
Hundreds of people have lined up. These are the people who have come from Ukraine, leaving their homes behind.
Motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas. What you see right now is the damage that has been caused because of the aerial bombardment that took place.
This is one such training center. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army.
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता आए, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठीचार्ज बंद कीजिए, वार्न कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे आप? बंद कीजिए लाठीचार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठीचार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodenka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people.
Now, on the 10th of April, clashes erupted between the ABVP and the left, with the ABVP alleging that the left had interrupted Ram Navami celebrations and also going on to allege that the left parties at the JNU were levelling allegations of violence. But the larger question remains, what is the truth behind the violence that erupted at the Jawaharlal Nehru University? Now, in these 4 videos that have been accessed by Republic, students can be seen carrying weapons on the campus. video that has been accessed by Republic TV regarding the clash inside JNU, students were seen holding sticks. It appears to be that they were holding these sticks while the altercation that followed was continuing. Now, the ABVP JNU unit, of course, has said that these videos have been submitted to the proctor of the university as well for scrutiny in terms of evidence. Now, what we understand, of course, is that the ABVP says that this was taking place at the Kaveri hostel, where some students were stopped from celebrating Ram Navami. However, the left groups on the other side say that they were stopped from eating non-vegetarian food, and that is what that led to this scuffle. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us a sense of what's happening and what each side is saying. Anane is joining me from New Delhi right now. Anane, give us a sense of what the ABVP as well as the left groups are saying as to what really transpired. Now, in these videos, it does appear that the students were armed with sticks.
Well, yes, Nupur, the videos that have been exclusively accessed by Republic Media Network clearly shows that students were having sticks in their hands. They were carrying these so-called weapons in their hand, and the bigger question is where these sticks come from. Another bigger question is why were these students carrying weapons inside a university campus? And because this is not the first time that this has happened inside the JNU campus. We still remember what happened on February 4, 2020 when a similar clash broke out between the ABVP and left over the issue of server rooms, and this time it's because of Ram Navami. So this is not something that is happening new and has been recurring in the JNU campus. But these videos which have been accessed by us either of the sides blaming each other, but then where these sticks come from, and this is not that one side is holding the sticks, it is from both the ends that these sticks are being held. Both the sides are having, whether it's the left, whether it's the ABVP, both of the activists of both the groups were having weapons in their hands. And the bigger question is where these weapons have come from and why. Because this scuffle had gained a plurality, because on 10th what had happened inside the campus left many students injured as well, whether it's from the left, whether it's from the ABVP. While one side says that it was the left that interrupted, the other side says that it's the ABVP that interrupted. But the videos clearly show that no one is having a petty hand, and nobody is there with a clean hand. And it is for the scrutiny of the proctoral committee, which is taking up an investigation into this. And also a similar police probe is going on into this whole incident. When we spoke to some senior police officials into our sources, they clearly told us that both the complaints have been registered. FIR has been lodged on both the left's complaint also and the ABVP's complaint also, and investigation is still underway. However, the FIRs could not be brought down, but then the left's FIR was accessed by Republic Media Network, and we have seen what allegations the left had made against the ABVP students, while the ABVP, while saying clearly states that the left people came in, disrupted the Ram Navami and keeps on disrupting. In fact, when we were speaking to ABVP General Secretary of JNU unit, he clearly said that the left does it every time when such incidents happen. However, we tried contacting the left student groups as well, but none of them answered their phones, and hence we could not get a version of their end. But their public statements clearly come out when they release
All right,
the press release.
you know, Ananya, do stay with us. Let's also get in a word from a student at the JNU. Rohit Kumar, I believe, now joins me on the phone line. Rohit, good afternoon. Give us a sense of what really happened. Now, we've heard both sides of the story. Both the ABVP and the left party seem to blame each other. But the question that everybody will ask is, how did these what was the university doing? Why were there armed students, even if they were armed just with sticks, doing inside the campus?
First of all, good afternoon to all your viewers and good afternoon to you, ma'am. My question is, why did the left create violence in Kaveri? What was the need to enter Kaveri with 150 people? And what was Osama doing? He was carrying a burnt stick. Mind you, ma'am, even if he had touched anyone with that would have given grave consequences. In the video, they can be seen arranging sticks, rods, and even stones. Harendra Sheshma is seen pelting stones. Swati Singh is leading a mob of 20 to 30 people who are carrying sticks in their hand. Similarly, Sarika Chaudhary is doing the same thing. See, from day one we are telling that it was a pre-planned attack on the university, pre-planned attack on Ram Navami. Since they could not stop this, and secondly, mind you, ma'am, every hostel in JNU served chicken, but in Kaveri, since they have this ISA-led and NXY-led mess secretaries, they did not let the meat to be served. And Raghiv, if you check his call details, because he asked the meat vendor to go back, and at 4 o'clock he asked him to come with chicken so that ruckus could be created. We know Naveen was there creating ruckus with the meat vendor. And later they portrayed that it's ABVP. No, ma'am, it was a clear case of pre-planned attack on the hostel, Kaveri hostel. Same things they have done again and again.
Right, Rohit, you seem to suggest that the left parties are behind this, but the left says that you were also, that, you know, people from the ABVP were also involved in this violence. They were also armed.
Ma'am, ask them to name some names. I will give you names. I will give you names of Prabhansu, Harendra Sheshma, SFI unit president, seen in video hurling stone.
They hold the festival of their community is okay with them, but when it comes to Ramnami, there's a problem. And it's been instigated by left, supported by left. All these people have been supported and instigated by left. I'm hopeful that the police will take the due action, because they unduly have been castigizing ABVP that they were leading it. The fact is, the videos and the proof which has come out with the police and in the social media prove it other way around.
Well, absolutely. So, Republic TV, of course, has accessed these videos which seem to suggest that this perhaps was something that was in a manner thought out before. Let me go back to Ananya, who's on the ground. Ananya, we've heard students also talk about this, and both sides seem to be divided and blaming each other for the violence.
Yes, Nupur, you were hearing Rohit Kumar, who is the ABVP unit's president for JNU. And remember that while the ABVP claims that it's the left, he was also naming people out there. The left has also, in its public statements, in its tweets, has clearly stated names of certain people, which I would not like to divulge here, and it would be for the left to answer these questions. But it's the blame game is going on from both the ends. But Nupur, the question still remains, where these sticks came.
All right, we are cutting across to news that we are just getting. We understand that the Enforcement Directorate is grilling the ex-Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi in the sand mining case. Now, the former Punjab Chief Minister Channi, of course, is being questioned for over 6 hours by the ED in the money laundering investigation that's linked to the alleged sand mining case in the state. We understand that the agency has recorded the statement of the former Chief Minister of Punjab under the PMLA Act, and he left the Enforcement Directorate's zonal office in Jalandhar late last night. Now, Channi's nephew, remember, Bhupendra Singh, was arrested by the ED in this particular case. This, of course, arrest was took place in February, right before the elections in Punjab. Now, a charge sheet was also filed against him and others who were named in this case earlier this month. Now, according to sources, the agency questioned Charanjit Singh Channi, who had earlier skipped a few summons about his links with Honey. That, of course, is Bhupendra Singh, who's also his nephew, who's also known as Honey. And others about certain visits his nephew had made to the Chief Minister's office. Now, do remember that at that point in time when Honey's residence was raided by the Enforcement Directorate, there were stacks of cash that were found over there, and that is something that had been brought up by various political parties, including the Aam Aadmi Party. What we are hearing now is that the former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has now been grilled by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this is a money laundering investigation that is linked to the alleged sand mining case in the state. We are given to understand that the former chief minister rather, was questioned for about 6 hours yesterday by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. The sand mining case, of course, is something that has been widely alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party. We've also seen a large number of investigations in this particular case. Natasha now joining me from the newsroom. Natasha, give us more details of what you're learning about this. We understand that he was grilled for about 6 hours yesterday.
Right, Nupur. This is the sand mining case where Punjab CM Questioning has been grilled for about 6 hours by the ED in a money laundering case related to the investigation is related to the sand mining case where his nephew Bhupinder, 59-year-old Congress leader's nephew Bhupinder Singh Honey was arrested in the same case, and now PM Channi himself has been interrogated by the investigation ED for over 6 hours. That's what we're learning so far. Now the federal agency has recorded the statement, and he left the Enforcement Director's zonal office in Jalandhar late on Wednesday night, that is yesterday. So what we know so far that he was grilled for about 6 hours. We will get you more details on what kind of questions were asked, but this is what we're learning so far. Nupur.
All right, and what we are learning right now from our sources is that he was questioned about allegations of certain transfers and postings of officials in the state as part of the illegal sand mining operations. Natasha joining me from the Newspit for the moment. Thank you. You are watching Republic TV. A lot more coming up next, including the political face-off over the Kashmir targeted killings. The Congress now blames the Kashmir Files movie for terror attacks. And Russian troops move towards the Finnish border as Finland and Sweden prepare to join NATO.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। प्रयास होगा वहां तक जाके हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम किया है।
Seven new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargone riots during Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over Tamil Nadu conversion video, teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert student. Four clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU Clash ABVP claims left-righters
were armed with weapons. Rift in Gujarat Congress camp. State Working President Hardik Patel says he's being ignored. And we're getting you a big breaking news coming in. A statement by BJP spokesperson and assistant professor of law at Patna, Guru Prakash Paswan, who is scheduled a talk at Lady Shri Ram College, was cancelled due to his political affiliation as claimed by him. A big face-off now on the LSR campus after JNU BJP leader Zoom talk at Delhi's LSR campus cancelled. That's a mega face-off right now. Getting you the latest on the broadcast. Joining me on the broadcast to give us more information on this, Natasha, what more can you tell us with this latest face-off now, this time on LSR campus?
That's right, absolutely. We have our colleague joining, Abhishek, from the newsroom. Abhishek, what can you tell us?
Yes, so BJP national spokesperson Guru Prakash Paswan has tweeted. He has tweeted saying that his scheduled talk at LSR was cancelled at the last moment, and the national spokesperson as well as the professor at Patna University of Law said that his lecture was cancelled at the last moment because of his political affiliation. He has also given other details on his Facebook page, where he has mentioned how he had prepared for his speech on the topic Ambedkar beyond Constitution, but at the last moment he was informed that his talk was cancelled due to his political affiliation, and now he's come out with the statement and he said that I will continue to educate and inform, but he has tweeted on this issue, he's put up a post on this issue as well. And now my colleague Natasha will take you forward on this story.
That's right. Thank you, Abhishek, for that. The statement has just come in from Guru Prasad Paswan. The talk was called Ambedkar Beyond Constitution. He was supposed to hold this talk today on the occasion of Ambedkar Jayanti, but now this controversy has broken out in the LSR College. Senior advisor of the INB Ministry, Kanchan Gupta, also has taken offense to this particular cancellation of the post. He has said, and if I can read out his tweet here, lefties bully student body at LSR College in Delhi into cancelling invitation to young Dalit academic and author Guru Prasad Paswan just because he is associated with the BJP. These lefties are SFI members affiliated to Stalin worshipping CPIM. So very stern words coming out there and the controversy breaking out. We'll track this story closely, but for now, back to you in the studios.
Natasha, we also have another update coming in here on the same story. The BJP has also reacted to this. Also, they've put out a tweet here going on to say that Amit Malviya here putting out a tweet saying that the intolerant ideological and political assertion of the communist-sponsored student bodies that permeates our academic institutions is a bane. He goes on to say that it obstructs free expression and assimilation of competing ideas. LSR now succumbs, cancels Guru Prakash's lecture under pressure. Are we looking here at an angle of pressure, and why was his... Well, Shahzad Purewala of the BJP joining us on the broadcast. Shahzad Purewala, we have seen a statement being put out here by the BJP over the cancellation of this lecture. What more can you tell us? What are your first comments?
You know, this is the Talibani and fundamentalist mindset of the SFI and left-affiliated unions, and this is the intolerance, face of intolerance. Guru Prakash is a friend of mine, but he's a very renowned intellectual. He's authored books. He's a very capable and well-informed young man, and he was going to engage and have a conversation. And on a day of Ambedkar Jayanti, these people who carry the placards of intolerance on every issue and sundry have shown their most intolerant face and have trampled the principles of Baba Saheb Ambedkar ji and the Constitution. The Constitution has right to equality. The Constitution has right to free speech. Is Guru Prakash not entitled to right to equality and right to free speech only because he happens to be from the scheduled caste community and the left is so intolerant that it can't tolerate him? This is the face of intolerance. Today, the left parties and their ideology stands exposed. This is what they do in JNU when we want to celebrate Ram Navami. This is what they do in Bengal for 34 years. This is what they do in Kerala. They kill our workers. They kill nationalists. And today they are trying to kill the principles of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, which was going to be espoused by Guru Prakash. This is strongly condemned by the BJP, and this is the true face. But today I want to ask a question through your channel. Where are all these placard holders, award-worthy people? Why Guru Prakash does not fit in their bill? Is Guru Prakash denied the right to life and right to free speech because he happens to be from BJP? Will they not speak up for him? Dalit lives matter करने वाले लोग कहाँ पर हैं आज? एक मुंह से उनके शब्द नहीं निकला है. There is this lobby today. I would like to see that entire Bollywood lobby, all kinds of celebrity lobbies. Let's see if they speak up for this young Dalit man who only wanted his right to speak on a day of Baba Saheb.
Right. Stay with us on the broadcast. Guru Prakash joining us. Guru Prakash, we have seen the kind of language LSR has spelled out here. First they invite you, and now rescinding the invitation. Your first comments on the treatment meted out to you here on Ambedkar Jayanti.
On Ambedkar Jayanti, you are preventing people of Ambedkar to speak. You cannot do that anymore. The people of Ambedkar will speak. Ambedkar Jayanti के दिन Ambedkar के लोगों को बोलने से रोक रहे हैं आप. But this is a textbook model. Only a couple of days ago we read the news that for the first time in the history of CPM, a Dalit has been introduced in the Politburo. उन्होंने अभी दलितों को अपने साथ बैठाया है. अभी दलितों को सुनने का एपेटाइट उनका डेवलप नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन आपके माध्यम से मैं उनको चुनौती देना चाहता हूँ. In whichever language you want me to debate, I throw an open challenge. Hindi, English, you decide a place. I'll come and debate on the legacy of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. I pay my respect to the great man. He was not only the chief architect of our constitution, he was not only the leader of the depressed classes, he was the leader of all of India, all of Indians. This disservice that has been done to him in the course of last 7 decades by people of Congress, by people of left-leaning intelligentsia, they have done a great disservice to the legacy of the man. We are now open to have an open conversation with whoever want to debate. This, what they have done today, is very unfortunate, but this reflects their elitist, casteist mindset.
Guru Prakash Paswan, you have slammed those who have resented the invitation to you. You have attacked also the left as well. Does this trend send a dangerous precedent for the future as well?
Most certainly. Like I said, this is their feudalistic mindset. They don't want thoughts and ideas to come from all the directions. They're afraid. They're afraid of someone who can articulate, who can actually speak on behalf of Dalits. You have been speaking on behalf of Dalits, but you don't have the appetite, you don't have the balls, you don't have the patience to listen to someone. So I think this is undemocratic, and especially on a day when we commemorate the chief architect of our constitution, Baba Saheb Ambedkar. Stopping someone to speak, Ambedkar's people, Ambedkar ke log, ye nahi chalega.
No, it's very unfortunate here. The event was cancelled because of political affiliation, and they should not be playing politics over this, especially on Ambedkar Jayanti. And we've also seen not just campus violence here, but campus violence also not just here, but also at the JNU campus as well. Apart from now, it's spilling on to the LSR here. Your comments on that as well?
You see, this is a false, fake narrative. Since they have lost ground politically, electorally, they want to remain at their last citadels. They will be grounded intellectually as well. With intellectuals coming from the community, intellectuals coming from the subaltern Samaj, intellectuals coming from the Dalit Samaj. They are just trying to hold on to their last citadel, but this cannot be a reality anymore. You'll soon see them losing relevance at the intellectual spaces as well.
Guru Paswan, if I can also ask you one last question here. You have said on what account my voice was stifled, my ideas or my identity. So what would be your message to the LSR students who in fact did backtrack, but there were also some in the student body who were wanting to have you this talk?
Correct. You see, this is, like I said, this is their textbook modus operandi. Don't let anyone speak. They don't want to listen to contrary perspective. But we are coming from a culture, we are coming from a civilization where our Upanishads say that let noble thoughts come from all directions. We can disagree, we can debate, and like it's often said, कि मतभेद तो ठीक है लेकिन मनभेद नहीं होना चाहिए. But this time they have done it at a very wrong day, at a very wrong occasion on Ambedkar Jayanti. And like I said,
howsoever we might condemn it, but this shows their undemocratic, elitist and feudal mindset. Thank you.
Right, we are getting all the latest on the broadcast with regards to a session that was cancelled ahead of the Ambedkar talk. On the broadcast, I'm joined by Shivani. Shivani, we are looking here at campus violence and also politics permeating through the campus and the way it has been seen, not just at the clashes at the JNU campus, but also the political face-off right now at the LSR. And we just had on the broadcast Guru Prakash, who had put out his thoughts there, clearly targeting the left and why he was rescinded from speaking his mind out at the Ambedkar Jayanti. Your thoughts?
Crispino, we've heard Assistant Professor how he was pained by the cancellation of the event without any rhyme or reason. He was called first and then he was told that the people who had invited him, they have to call off this event. And if I read out what kind of language was used by the students who had called him first, invited him first, and
well, we're getting you visuals now here of protests against Ishwarappa. The Congress leaders now staging massive protests against Ishwarappa. They have demanded Ishwarappa's resignation in regards to well, the Congress has staged a huge protest there against Ishwarappa. We're getting you live visuals first on Republic TV of the protest. Sagaraj joining me on the broadcast. Sagaraj, do take us through the protest right now against Ishwarappa by the Congress party.
They started the protest from Congress Bhavan in Racecourse Road, and when they were en route to Karnataka Chief Residence on Kumarakrupa Road, they were being detained by the police who have put block the roads, the barricades on the way to Chief Minister's residence. And you can see the visuals that KPCC President DK Shivkumar, Opposition Party Leader Siddaramaiah, and General Secretary of Congress Randeep Surjewala were Karnataka Chief Minister's residence. They have detained by the police and they have taken into custody. They are protesting for past 3 days against rural development and Secretary Minister Ishwarappa. Prompted Santosh K. Patil released a death note of him. Death note of him about the allegations of corruption. Now we can see that the Congress leaders are being detained by the police when they try to get out. For more details, please watch the TV in JNU Clash.
Massive protests coming in there, live visuals of protests by the Congress party against Ishwarappa. They have demanded his resignation. Earlier, Ishwarappa had come on record saying that there is no question of him resigning over the opposition demand over the contractors' death. And you can see the visuals on your screen of Congress leaders who are taken right now in that police van. They have been protesting against the minister, demanding his resignation, holding him to liable over the contractor's death. The Congress party demanding sacking of the minister after the death of contractor Santosh Patil. Well, the minister has said that he will not resign over the contractors' death. He is defiant. He said that it is a false propaganda. The death note, he says, is a false propaganda against him, accusing him of corruption. Well, remember, he was found dead in a lodge in Udupi. Karnataka Minister K.S. Ishwarappa putting out that statement there, and the visuals on your screen of the massive Congress protest demanding Ishwarappa's resignation. And you can see the Congress workers, both lady workers as well, are being taken in those vans. They have been protesting protesting for the past couple of minutes there, and we can see the protests escalating, massive protest against Ishwarappa. But getting you live visuals from the protest site right now in Bengaluru, Congress protests against Ishwarappa. Well, Ishwarappa has said clearly that he will not resign over the contractors. We're getting you visuals live on our broadcast of Congress upping the protest against Ishwarappa. Now, Santosh Patil, the contractor who died, blaming the minister for his death. Now his remains have come to Belgavi in Karnataka. He had died by suicide. He leveled corruption charges against Karnataka Minister K.S. Ishwarappa, which is why there have been massive protests and demands by the Congress party for his resignation. Right now, we're getting you live visuals of the Congress protest site in Bengaluru. K.S. Ishwarappa saying that he is being falsely implicated in this case. He has refused to resign. Now, yesterday also there were rumors that he was supposed to resign on account of him being named in this particular death case, but he's clearly saying that this is a false propaganda against him. The death note is a false propaganda, and he has been simply accused of corruption, and he will not resign. The Congress upping the ante there is Siddaramaiah demanding the resignation of K.S. Ishwarappa. The Congress leaders now being whisked into that van, and we can see live visuals from the Congress protest site. We're staying with these visuals for our viewers as the Congress party has decided to up the ante against the minister, demanding his resignation. Now, remember, an FIR was lodged against K.S. Ishwarappa. He and other accused, now Siddaramaiah said, now I'd like to quote him here, Siddaramaiah saying that FIR was lodged against K.S. Ishwarappa. He and other accused should be immediately arrested and a case must be filed under the Corruption Act. That's what Siddaramaiah is saying, that he wants K.S. Ishwarappa to be booked under the Corruption Act and that he must resign. Massive developments come here on the broadcast. These are telling visuals. You can see the huge number of police personnel who are trying to control this particular protest by the Congress party in Bengaluru. Stay with these live visuals.
Hello?
Right, staying with the live visuals of the Congress protest site in Bengaluru. We are looking at a massive protest here by the Congress party, the Congress leaders now being whisked away by the police personnel in those vans as they have demanded the resignation of Karnataka Minister K.S. Ishwarappa. And we can see the kind of statements being coming in here. Now, earlier also, the deceased brother, Santosh Patil's brother, demanded that K.S. Ishwarappa, Basavaraj, Ramesh, his close aides be arrested, and they want justice for their brother. Well, earlier statements coming in from the family there, but K.S. Ishwarappa has categorically said that the death note is a false propaganda. He has refused to resign amid much speculation of his resignation. The Congress now upping the ante. Then you can see the visuals on your screen, the police trying to quell the protests continuing in Bengaluru right now. The Congress have continued their protests today, and you can see the tall leaders of the Congress party.
KPCC President opposition and General Secretary from Congress, are protesting against Ishwarappa's corruption charges, and they are demanding that Karnataka Chief Minister should act on case and arrest him as soon as possible. And if you notice that Santosh K. Patil mortal remains were taken to his hometown in Belgavi district, where the final rituals were completed in Belgavi district, and followed by that now we can see that Congress leaders who are taking on the roads, and they claim that they will continue to protest against K.S. Ishwarappa and BJP government on corruption charges unless Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai sack their Minister Rural Panchayat and Rural Panchayat Minister K.S. Ishwarappa, and they also claim that Karnataka Chief Minister is hand in glove with K.S. Ishwarappa, and that is the reason they are not acting on that. This morning, Karnataka Chief Minister Bassaraj Bommai, who spoke to media, he went on to say that Congress doesn't have any kind of moral rights to protest. It is a Gangotri of corruption, and once the preliminary report comes on this entire issue, they will take the next course of action. On the other side, if you notice, Congress say that they will continue to protest unless K.S. Ishwarappa has been sacked and has been arrested by Bengaluru police. Back to studio.
For our viewers, all the latest. Congress leaders D.K. Shivkumar, Siddharamaiah and others being detained as the police stopped them from marching towards the Chief Minister's residence in view of their demand for Karnataka Minister K.S. Ishwarappa's resignation in connection with contractor Santosh Patil's death. Coming up, rift in Gujarat. Congress Camp State Working President Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party. And political face-off over Kashmir targeted killings. Congress now blames the Kashmir files for terror attacks.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
The alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodyanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet the victim family.
तो तस्वीर आप देख रहे होंगे जहां पे सतीश पूनिया, हिमांशु शर्मा और तेजस्वी सूर्या सहित यहां तमाम बड़े नेता जो यहां पे मौजूद हैं और यहां अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के बीच में वो जिद करके बैठे हुए हैं कि प्रशासन रोकने की भले ही कोशिश कर दे, लेकिन यहां से वो करौली का रुख जरूर करेंगे।
न्याय यात्रा करौली में आज शुरू होने वाली है। हमारे जो पीड़ित लोग हैं उनसे बात करके आने के लिए, पर ये तानाशाही सरकार बैरिकेड लगा चुके हैं। हम बैरिकेड पार करके जाने के लिए।
सूर्या यहाँ पे देखिए, आप भीड़ में हैं, आप यहाँ देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे पुलिस ने रोकने का काम क्या है।
करौली जाने तक युवा मोर्चा का ये लड़ाई जारी रहेगा और हमारा मांग ये है, जो भी हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, हम सब लोगों को वहां जाने के लिए परमिशन चाहिए। पुलिस ने 40 किलोमीटर पहले हमको रोकने का प्रयास कर रहे, पर हम इसको पार करेंगे, हम करौली जाएंगे, ये निश्चित है। Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी, देखते रहिए आप।
The human rights issue. No, we did not discuss human rights during this meeting. This meeting was primarily focused on all mill affairs, and I kind of gave you in some detail what all we raised. It is a subject which has come up in the past. I mean, it came up when Secretary Blinken came to India, and I think if you recall the press briefings after that, I was very open about the fact that we had discussed it, and said what I had to say. Whenever there is a discussion, I can tell you that we will not be reticent about speaking out. I would also, just so that I round off that point, tell you that we also have views on other people's human rights issues, including that of the United States. So we take up human rights issues when they arise in this country.
Coming up, 4 clinchers expose the truth behind the JNU Clash ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. And tracking for you the rift in the Gujarat Congress camp, state working president Hardik Patel says that he is being ignored by the party.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for 9 years by India Today University's rankings, a testimony to Amity's world-class quality.
Fight has only begun. ये लड़ाई अब शुरू हुई है गहलोत जी। देखते रहिए आपका हालत क्या होगा, युवा मोर्चा का लड़ाई कैसे लड़ेगा, देखते रहिए। लाठी चार्ज बंद कीजिए, वॉर कर रहा हूं मैं। क्या सोचे हो आप? बंद कीजिए लाठी चार्ज को। किसको कर रहे हो लाठी चार्ज तुमने? हाँ? पुलिस वापस जाओ। Go back, go back. Go back, go back.
Crimes, the alleged war crimes that have been committed. What is it that you would like to tell the world about places like Irpin, Bucha, Borodanka? What is it that the world does not know?
I have a message to everyone. It's very important to stop the war, to bring back peace to Ukraine. Russians talk about solution. Russians talk about compromise. Which compromise? We have to give up part of our territory. Are we ready to talking about compromise if Russian soldiers left Ukraine?
Last 4 days, local authority have arrested only 4 people where there are so many accused. Local police authority is not arresting those people who are involved in this case or who are accused yet. That is the question. JP Nadda has formed 5-member fact-finding committee. They will visit tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to Hanskali to meet.
7 new videos accessed expose the truth behind the Khargon riots during the Ram Navami celebrations. Storm over the Tamil Nadu conversion video. Teacher seen allegedly attempting to forcefully convert student. The ABVP versus left video war intensifies. The ABVP claims left rioters were armed with weapons. Left says the ABVP were chanting religious slogans. After clashes at the JNU campus political face-off at LSR, now the BJP spokesperson claims talk cancelled due to his affiliation. The Karnataka Now, news just coming in. The Union Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, responding to Tamil Nadu conversion storm, has said that some political parties are running provocative programs. Well, the Union Minister Naqvi, of course, has responded to Tamil Nadu conversion storm, saying that some political parties are running provocative programs. This, of course, comes after there has been an allegation that has now gone viral on the social media, where an arts teacher in Tamil Nadu's Kanyakumari is under probe after parents of the child complained about his attempt to impose Christianity on the class. Now, this video, of course, has gone viral, and we are getting reactions to this. We have also seen various questions being raised as to how this has happened. Let's also listen in, of course, to Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi over there.
देखिए, हेट का हैट्रिक और नफरत का नोबाल का सट्टा बाजार चल रहा है, और ये हेट के हैट्रिक और नफरत के नोबाल के पिटे हुए पॉलिटिकल प्लेयर प्रोवोकेटिव प्रोग्राम चलाते रहते हैं। उनका सीज़न एक आता है। आप हर तरफ देखें कि किस तरह से नफरत फैलाई जाए, किस तरह से सौहार्द के ताने बाने को तोड़ा जाए, किस तरह से हमारे देश की सहिष्णुता और सौहार्द की संस्कृति को पूरी दुनिया में बदनाम किया जाए। तो ये हेट की हैट्रिक और नफरत के नो बाल वालों का ये जो सट्टा बाजार है और पिटा हुआ पॉलिटिकल प्रोग्राम है, वो समय समय पर दिखाई पड़ता है। लेकिन खुशी की बात है कि इस देश के लोग ऐसे नफरत के खलनायकों और हेट फैलाने वाले लोगों के साथ कभी नहीं खड़े हुए हैं। उनको आइसोलेट किया और इस बार भी आइसोलेट होंगे।
What had happened in Kanyakumari, a serious allegation that has got in. How do you see this allegation?
That's what, like once we heard about the news regarding this, what are the thing like you saw the news, we have taken action based on the first-hand information. So whenever we used to see these kind of news, these kind of actions or this kind of activities from any of them, it's not only on my department. Our Honorable Chief Minister, he already instructed us it should not be happening in our state. You have to take immediate action. Based on that, we have suspended the teacher also.
Sir, the BJP has already alleged that this allegation has been a repeated, incident that has been ongoing. How do you see this allegation?
I won't say it is repeatedly, because you know about what happened in the Riots cases also, but there it has not been proved or the issue itself a very different issue. But here the issue is not like that. So based on the first-hand information, like immediately we have taken the action. So whenever these kind of things, if it is going to happen, means I think it will never happen. If it's going to happen, means we'll take immediate action. Yeah.
So the teacher has been so far suspended. Do you think that more action will be taken?
Yeah, and that's what based on the first-hand information, we have taken action. Now the detailed inquiry will be going. So based on that, we'll take action.
All right.
There is one more issue which has brought to the light that something is seriously wrong with the Tamil Nadu education system, especially in the southern part of Tamil Nadu. That is an area of serious concern. Now, yesterday we have said that the state government, we are giving them a week's time to see what kind of action they will take. If they are not interested in taking action or just they are interested in brushing it inside the carpet, under the carpet, then BJP Tamil Nadu will make it a mass movement. We are very clear about it. Because we don't want to lose one more child. We don't want to lose one more Lavanya in Tamil soil. That is what our primary concern now is.
Sir, conversion allegation is a pretty serious allegation that we are seeing. Now, the education minister has said that what you are saying, that is the BJP is stating that this has been yet another incident that has happened. It is not true, and that the Tamil Nadu government is working to ensure that such incidents don't happen again. How do you see this statement?
I don't know what is the education minister talking about putting in systems and processes in place. I don't think they have put any systems and processes in place to take care of especially the government school students. Nothing is there. The whole Tamil Nadu government, it functions to protect some corporate interests. They are not interested in putting it adequate checks and mechanism, adequate balance inside a government school, take care of the kids, improve their learning outcomes, and more importantly, make sure this kind of things don't happen. And I can give you statistics to say that right now, Tamil Nadu government schools, the learning outcomes are so terrible. In the NCERT survey in 2017 and the later things also, the learning outcomes of Tamil Nadu school is the lowest among the southern states. They are not trying to address anything there. And second, the serious concern of the forced conversion. They are doing nothing to address it. And at one point of time, the education minister himself says he is very helpless because 93% of the budget money goes into paying salary, and they don't have any money to take care of the upkeep of schools. And the education minister instead should do a soul searching and putting adequate checks and balances in all of the schools to make sure this kind of things don't come and learning outcomes improve and the adequate infrastructure facility is provided to all schools. Instead
இவங்க பண்றத பத்தி இல்ல எதனால இந்த பேச்சுவார்த்தை நடப்பட்டுச்சு?
மேடம் சாப்பிட்டு முடிஞ்ச உடனே ப்ரேயருக்கு போடணும். சாப்பிட்டு முடிஞ்ச உடனே ப்ரேயர் வந்து அந்த கொஞ்ச நேரம் ஒரு ஹாஃப் அன் ஹவர் ஒரு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் ரெஸ்ட் உண்டு மேடம். அந்த டைம்ல வந்து அதுல இருந்து முட்டுக்கால் போட்டு ப்ரேயர் பண்ணணும்.
ஓகே
யோஜனா நான் பண்ண மாட்டேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு இவனை தனியா கூப்பிட்டு வச்சு இவன் வந்து சாப்பிட்டு கொஞ்சம் இந்த பாத்திரத்தெல்லாம் கழிட்டு லேட் ஆயிட்டா நீ ப்ரேயருக்கு இருக்க மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னு இவனை தனியா கூப்பிட்டு வச்சு அந்த டீச்சர் கேட்டது மாதிரி என்கிட்ட வந்து சொன்னான். நான் ஹிந்து, நான் வந்து பண்ண மாட்டேன், நான் வந்து எனக்கு அப்பா எப்படி இந்த மாதிரி சொல்லி தரல, நான் வந்து பகுதியில படிப்பேன், நான் சமயத்துக்கு தான் போவேன் இப்படி சொன்னதுக்கு இவங்க வந்து ரொம்ப டார்ச்சர் கொடுக்குற மாதிரி எனக்கு வந்து சொன்னான்.
And Apurva now joins us live she is reporting from Chennai on this. Apurva, you spoke to the BJP leader over there. He seemed to suggest that the state knows that there are forced conversions but is unable to act against this. Give us a sense of what is the larger allegations that he's laying against the state.
Well, the BJP there definitely, Annamalai, the chief who had just spoken to Republic a short while back, and he has also, stated not only is this a lapse on part of the state education department, he's also saying that this is not one similar incident that we have seen. Even just 3 months back, he also quotes on the Lavanya incident, which is also a similar one that had taken place where an alleged religion conversion story had, been broken in Thanjavur district here in Tamil Nadu, and following that he has also stated that 3 months apart 2 similar incidents have taken place. He says that not only if there isn't any action that has been taken to such sorts, then very soon there will also be children who will also be practicing similar kind of incidents and similar incidents that will be cropping up in across various districts here in Tamil Nadu, is what the BJP chief also states. That this, even as Tamil Nadu's Education Minister Anbil Mahesh, while speaking with us a short while back, clearly stated that an investigation is ongoing, and not only that, they are also seeing into the probe. They are investigating into all angles of this allegation that has now come out with the video that has also resurfaced. Even the student's father there who had spoken to us, he is saying that this has been an incident that his daughter had told him, and not only that, several other parents as well had gone to the school there and also looked into explained about similar such allegations against the said teacher. The teacher right now has been suspended with the probe ongoing. We are yet to know what will be the more details that will unveil with this investigation that is ongoing. The district education officer there in Kanyakumari, who has also stated that a probe has already been started, and investigation is currently undergoing. Questioning that is underway with respect to the school officials, the government school officials, as well as the headmaster.
Absolutely, Apurva, as you're pointing out, of course, the state government says that this was an isolated incident. It is not recurring. Thank you for the moment, Apurva, for joining us with those details.
Explosions near the area. As you can see right now, this area has been completely blocked and people are leaving the city.
Hundreds of people have lined up. These are the people who have come from Ukraine, leaving their homes behind.
Motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas. What you see right now is the damage that has been caused because of the aerial bombardment that took place. This is one such training center. It's the civilians like this that you see right now. They are being given weapons training, tactical training. Those trainings are being given to them so that they can also participate and try and help the Ukrainian army.
And here's a look at some news in brief highlighting the welfare work for the poor. The BJP chief, JP Nadda, has said that party-led government at the centre is proactive and pro-people. JP Nadda interacted with the Pradhanmantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana beneficiaries in the national capital. The BJP workers visited the PDS centres to ensure that every beneficiary gets benefits of the Yojana. Uttar Pradesh's Deputy Chief Minister Brajesh Pathak has paused his speech at a program in Lucknow upon hearing the sound of azan from a nearby mosque. He was giving a speech on Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. When he heard the evening prayer respecting their religious sentiments, the minister was on stage, paused his speech and carried on with it later. As opposition parties try to forge a united front against the BJP without the Congress, the NCP chief Sharad Pawar has said that the third front without Congress is not possible. Several opposition leaders, including Mamata Banerjee and K. Chandrasekhar Rao, have called for opposition unity ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. After the Han Shakli rape case was handed over to the CBI, BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul has criticized the West Bengal administration under Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and said that it shows the court does not have trust in the West Bengal administration, the police, as Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee controls them. Launching a fresh salvo at the DMK in Tamil Nadu, the BJP state leader has claimed that the party is funding religious conversion activities in the state, thereby targeting Christian voters. He was referring to the video that is widely circulated today. Now, in a big blow to the Congress party, and its prospects ahead of the Gujarat elections that are due later this year, Hardik Patel has expressed his displeasure over being sidelined in the party.
लड़ेंगे क्यों नहीं लड़ेंगे? राजनीति में मैं पिछले 7 साल से 2015 में हम लोगों ने आंदोलन की शुरुआत की, उस समय के कई ऐसे लोग थे जो दूसरे आंदोलन भी करते थे, सब लोग विधायक बने। मैं 7 साल सामाजिक और राजनीतिक जीवन के भीतर खूब मेहनत की, जेल गया, इतने सारे केस मुझ पर लगे। कभी मैंने वो विधायक बनना या मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनना या किसी पद पर चला जाना, वो हमने सपना नहीं देखा था। हमने सपना देखा है प्रदेश के लोगों के हितों का, और वो सपना पूरा करने के लिए अगर असेंबली में या पार्लियामेंट में जाना पड़ेगा तो निश्चित रूप से जाएंगे, और वो हम तय नहीं करेंगे ना कि मुझे जाना है, जनता तय करेगी। तो उस प्रकार हमें जनता का काम करना पड़ेगा, जनता का विश्वास हासिल करना पड़ेगा, और मुझे भरोसा है कि मैंने अपने 7 साल के जीवन में मैंने जनता का जो भरोसा हासिल किया है, तो स्वाभाविक रूप से जनता मुझे सहयोग करेगी।
Well, Republic TV has accessed a new video from Khargone that shows the moment the devotees were attacked during the rally. Now, in this particular video, it appears that this has been taken just moments before these people were attacked during that rally that took place. The incident in Khargone, of course, took place on the date of Ram Navami, when a planned march was actually taking place. Now, this particular visual actually captures the truth of what really happened over there. In these pictures, we can see at the moment that the police started to perhaps do a bait and charge, and thereafter we can see people dispersing from that area. So this, of course, is just moments before what really happened and led to the violence over there. Now, a scuffle, of course, had broken out between members of two communities, and that was reported hours before the Ram Navami procession in Khargone in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the residents, of course, have been saying that the police had full knowledge of the fact that there was going to be a procession, but adequate measures were not taken. In this pictures, you can see that there are certain people, at least, who appear to be using stones, pelting stones.
वहाँ पर फंडिंग करा था, कुछ लोग भी
पीएफआई भी फंडिंग करता है, किया भी है। यही तो है, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सॉफ्ट नक्सलिज्म, यही वो दिग्विजय सिंह है जो नक्सलवाद का भी समर्थन करते हैं, आतंकवाद का भी समर्थन करते हैं, भारत की सेना पर प्रश्न खड़ा करते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने तो उनको नकार ही दिया है, लेकिन तथाकथित चूंकि सोनिया जी ने भी इनको आंदोलन का प्रभारी बनाया है, क्योंकि इनके पास इसी प्रकार के हत्याकांड के देश के खिलाफ कैसे जा सकते हैं, हमारे देश के वातावरण को कैसे बिगाड़ सकते हैं। तो मैंने तो कल भी कहा था कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र के तहत दिग्विजय सिंह अपनी भूमिका में इनकी कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए।
वहाँ पर फंडिंग करा था, कुछ लोग भी
पीएफआई भी फंडिंग करता है, किया भी है। यही तो है, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सॉफ्ट नक्सलिज्म, यही वो दिग्विजय सिंह है जो नक्सलवाद का भी समर्थन करते हैं, आतंकवाद का भी समर्थन करते हैं, भारत की सेना पर प्रश्न खड़ा करते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने तो उनको नकार ही दिया है, लेकिन तथाकथित चूंकि सोनिया जी ने भी इनको आंदोलन का प्रभारी बनाया है, क्योंकि इनके पास इसी प्रकार के हत्याकांड के देश के खिलाफ कैसे जा सकते हैं, हमारे देश के वातावरण को कैसे बिगाड़ सकते हैं। तो मैंने तो कल भी कहा था कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय षड्यंत्र के तहत दिग्विजय सिंह अपनी भूमिका में इनकी कड़ी जांच होनी चाहिए।
All right, so that's a reaction that we are getting from the BJP MP president, who says that the PFI funded the violence that was seen in Khargone. Now, visuals on your screen, of course, are right before the violence actually broke out. There was a stone pelting incident where several policemen were also injured. Satyavijay is reporting on this. Satyavijay, this video which we have access to is of moments before the violence actually took place. Now, we just heard the BJP president over there saying that the PFI was involved in this.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, खरगोन में जो सांप्रदायिक हिंसा हुई है, जो दंगाइयों ने पत्थरबाजी, तोड़फोड़, आगजनी की है, उसके बाद हमने कल ही एक खबर ब्रेक की थी। इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में जो खरगोन में हुआ है, इसमें पीएफआई जैसे संगठन का नाम आ रहा है। हमारे टॉप सोर्स ने ये बताया था कि पीएफआई के कुछ लोग जो सीए एनआरसी का विरोध भी करे थे, उनमें से कुछ लोग यहाँ रामनवमी से पहले आए भी थे और उन्हीं ने फंडिंग की। और इसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं अब जैसा कि बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष बीडी शर्मा ने खुद स्टेटमेंट दिया कि पीएफआई ऐसे लोगों को फंडिंग करती है और इसकी जांच होना चाहिए। तो इस दिशा में जांच तो अब पुलिस कर ही रही है। हालांकि पुलिस के जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं, जो आईजी हैं और तमाम जो लोग हैं, उनका ऐसा कहना है कि अभी उनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी नहीं हुई है, इसलिए वो खुलकर इस बात को लेकर ऑन कैमरा कुछ नहीं बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनका कहना है कि कड़ियाँ जोड़ी जाएंगी। जो फ़ोन पे बात हुई थी, जिसके बाद अचानक से पथराव शुरू हुआ, मैं वो स्पॉट भी दिखाता हूँ। तालाब चौक का यही वो स्पॉट है, यही वो गली है जहाँ से पथराव शुरू हुआ था और इसके बाद पूरे खरगोन में आगजनी और तोड़फोड़ की गई। तो कुल मिलाकर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उस पार्ट पे पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। लेकिन अब जो कई जो जिम्मेदार लोग हैं, उसकी पुष्टि कर दी है कि पीएफआई जैसे संगठन इस सांप्रदायिक हिंसा में दंगाइयों का सपोर्ट करने में शामिल थे, उनकी तरफ से फंडिंग की गई और उसी का नतीजा है कि एक जुलूस के बाद पहले इस जगह पर पथराव हुआ और यहाँ पथराव के बाद पूरे खरगोन के अलग अलग हिस्सों में
Massive controversy has now erupted after the kind of event which was there at LSR College cancelled by the authorities there. Remember that BJP leader Guru Prakash had to speak there, and then his program was also cancelled there. To speak on this, I'm directly joined with Guru